with Clayton Bryan, former hospital service coordinator, who is, I think, I still see him sometimes play sports, an avid sportsman in cricket, football, squash, table tennis, badminton, and the list can go on. He is our guest tonight, and he's a family man, also married, and I can also add that he's an Adventist. He will be and is my guest tonight on my Lakou program, and he's going to give us his Lakou experience and his boyhood days in Goodwill. For the people who are actually looking at the screen tonight, we deliberately ensured that we put a background of his community Goodwill, and more so the place where he played quite a lot of his sports, that of cricket and football. We have with us already in studio of Felix Henderson, Mr. Clayton Bryan. Good evening to you, Clayton.
Good evening, Cecil, and thanks for asking me to come to the program and to inform the local populace and international populace at my story, basically.
I'm happy that I have you because a person like you always underneath the radar. You know, people sometimes wonder, what do you have to say? And many times you don't speak unless you are spoken to.
Yeah. And
that is one of the traits of a good character of Clayton Bryan. When he's spoken, he then responds. So Clayton, tonight you hear my theme song. What do you make of the theme song in terms of speaking of your yard, your Lakou? You know, washing clothes, cleaning the yard, getting wood to burn the fire, maybe getting stones by the river to bring into the yard. I wonder if you did all of those things.
Oh yes, I'm Cecil. I grew up in the 70s, in the late 60s and 70s, and we didn't have any water at home, so there was a standpipe on McIntyre Lane, and we had to be carrying water every day, basically, to fill some drums, so that we could get the water to drink and to bathe, basically. And I wonder where should I begin, because you asked some questions.
What we're going to do? Let us start from my normal way of starting my program. Tell us who you are in terms of your father, your mother, your siblings,
and
where you grew up as a boy.
Okay, so I am Clayton Bryan. And a lot of people do not know. In fact, the majority of persons are not aware that I was not born in Dominica.
Was that Clayton? Maybe your children and your wife are the ones who
just
are
aware. Just a few people know that.
A handful.
Right, just a handful.
That's a shock to me.
Yeah. So it all began with my mother. My mother was, in fact, she's deceased in 1995. She died, actually. And she was Michaela Veronica Reed. She was from Portsmouth. And somewhere about age 18, she decided to go off to Antigua to seek employment. And while there, she met a man who became actually my father, who is Alfonso Bryan. And Bryan is a very common surname in Dominica. So he's from Antigua, but right now he's in England since he left. So when I was born, actually, in 1960 in Antigua, that was a period of time when a lot of the men and women were going up to England to seek employment and to help with the development of England. So my father went up, and as a result of that, my mother came back down to Dominica. And so she came back down with me and my other brother, Daryl. And Daryl was born later on. And so I was born in Antigua, And my mother made 6 boys actually. So I'm the eldest. So there is Clayton, myself, there's Daryl, there is Kennedy, who is in America right now, America and USVI, St. Thomas. Then there's Kennedy, I mentioned Kennedy, right? So Daryl, Kennedy, there is Daniel, Herminus, and Mackenzie. So Herminus, popular Herminus, that's my brother. And Mackenzie, my last brother, is in America.
No sisters?
No sisters at all. And it so happened that my mother had, she had 5 siblings, of which there were 3 boys and 3 girls. And they were all from Portsmouth, from Dale Housing. And I remember spending my mother sent us, well, Daryl and myself, to Dale Housing to spend a summer holiday. And when we came back, we had so much sandfly bites. My mother told us, she's not sending us back.
Never again.
For holidays, yeah.
I can remember those days when you go to Portsmouth, that would be your company, the sandflies.
Yes. So we grew up. So my mother came back down returned to Dominica. She got in contact with, or she met her husband, Mr. Alfred Reed, who actually became her husband, and both of them made 4 children. That was Kennedy, Daniel, Herminus, and Mackenzie. So we lived in 24 McIntyre Lane. That is directly below the hospital. The lane that is directly below the hospital, Princess Margaret Hospital, at that point in time. And
it's interesting that you said that, because I'm going to talk about McIntyre Lane, and which is directly at the front or behind the hospital.
Yeah.
Based on your location.
Right.
And as your yard and what you became
right.
Yes.
And now that lane, McIntyre Lane, is a very interesting lane, because directly below the Red Cross also, and directly below the blind. We used to call it the blind school before, but there's a different name for it, where the individuals with some disabilities, they make the hand baskets and the like, right? And so that lane was is very interesting, because it's the only lane in Goodwill which has houses on one side of the lane. Very interesting. And so to the east of McIntyre Lane, we had bush, basically. And on the other side, on the side closest to Gutter Village, well, at that time, Gutter Village was, when I was growing up, before Hurricane David, there were no residents in Gutter Village as yet. And so part of that, on the northeastern side of the lane, and we have that main road which separates the 2 sides of the lane, basically. And that is where we played a lot of cricket and football. That is built directly below well, in fact, in the hospital yard. Because at that point in time when we were growing up, there was no psychiatric unit.
The psychiatric unit was up by the prison.
Up at the prison.
That's correct.
So all that yard there were cows there, and now and then some of the residents there would make some garden there, like Mr. Nibs, and the Isaacs, and now and then we'd be playing football and cricket there, and also just directly below the Red Cross, we played some cricket and football there.
As you're saying, directly below the Red Cross, there was this mango tree.
Mango Zero. Mango Zero, yeah.
Right. and guys from all about
all over
come there to get mangoes, and after that play, either it was cricket season or football season.
Right.
I remember that. I remember those days.
Right, Mango Zero. So everybody in Goodwill knew about Mango Zero, and other fellas would be climbing up the mango tree. But I never liked the idea of climbing that tree. But I used to take stones and fire behind the mangoes.
And where on that upper part of McIntyre Lane, more south, or you can say the top, there was Mr. Horsey Willie.
Right. So we had a number of individuals on that lane there. We had from the southern end going up to the northern end. We had Mr. Horsey Willie and Vivian Horsey, and he wasn't Mr. Hussey Willie was not married. However, whenever the fact that he was very close to the Lindo Park, cricket balls and footballs would be landing in there, and sometimes he would give us trouble to get the ball, but eventually he would allow us to take the ball. Then there was an empty lot, and next to them there was a yard, which was owned by Mr. Sam Funnyface. I'm not sure if you remember. I can't, Mr. Sam we call him, but then we still call him Sam Funnyface because of some probably accident that occurred to him when he was at some point in time in his life. And he had his son Neville. In that yard also was Rasmo. That's where Rasmo actually grew up with his mother and sisters. And then there was a nurse and a policeman, Mr. Corrett. And Nurse Corrett, I think it's Corrett, definitely from Petit Savan. And then going down, we had Mr. James there, who had a crazy lady, his girlfriend, who was actually a lady with some psychiatric issues, to the extent that one day in 1972, thereabout, she came into our yard on a Sunday morning looking for the man because the thing went up in her head. And she actually cut my mother's hand. And it was almost severed, and she spent almost 6 months in the hospital with a cast in her hand. And I've been the first had to look about the children, basically. Because, Mackenzie was not born yet, because he was born in 1975. But Kennedy, Daniel, Herminus had to be looking about them, washing clothes, cooking and the like, and whatever needed to be done. And there was another lady in the area that used to help me basically when my mother she was unable to do the necessary housework and so on.
At that time, was Norrin Joseph living in the area?
Yes, that's lower down. So as I'm going down there, then we had a lady which we believe was a Sukunya.
That's why you laugh before you meet.
Yeah. And in every lane in Goodwill, somehow there was somebody that we suspected was a Sukunya or a Jobless. And then there was 24 McIntyre Lane where we lived, and lower down later in life, there was T-Boy. That's a guy who plays for RSB, I think. Yeah, and Singing Janice lived in that lane later on. And then there was Mr. and Mistress Anthony Reed. And in fact, he and my stepfather, my stepfather was Alfred Reed, Hermina's father, basically. And they were the only individuals who had donkeys in the area. And the donkey, so we'd go to the garden with the donkey would carry up the load, carry down the load from the garden. And
where was the garden?
But we had a garden in Anno, and it's just a couple of years ago somebody told me that Anno is actually directly below Eggleston. So we still walk up from McIntyre Lane, go up to Upper Goodwill, go down the back road, go through Silver Lake, pass along Silver Lake, go to Palm Grove, and swing inside Palm Grove.
So that means that you'd pass close to Livier then?
Past Livier, and just after Livier would tie the donkey right there, and then walk for about another 2 miles, basically.
So it's from you all then. I suspect that's a nice discussion we're going to be having on that aspect of it. I suspect that from you all, your adopted father, that the dreads of the middle 70s would have gotten that track.
Yeah,
because that's the track that they use from Jodiel to come down to Livier.
Right. And there was Babia on around that same area likewise. Yeah. Well, Babia was lower down by we had another garden called Denga, which we would cross Silver Lake. Remember that where we have Fly City basically. Mm-hmm. There was no house, there was no residence there at that time in the 70s, and so we'd got across the river, and that river was real nice. Remember, so many of us used to walk up there to go and bathe in that lake. That was like a lake basically. And we'd cut across there and go across to that other river, Live Deuce, and then go up there and go to Denga. But then if you continue straight to the south, you'll end up in Babia. I've never actually gone to Babia, but there were a lot of Rastafarians, dreads around that area at that point in time. Yeah.
That's a nice history that you're giving us. To deal with the issue, to deal with the various yards that you'd have, gardens that you would have to pass across to get to Girodale.
And that would take about so we leave home about to go to the garden to Anno about 5 o'clock, and by 7:30 we'll be up there. Yeah.
I can imagine, some people listening to you, trying to picture passing through Live Deuce and then continuing south to get to Girodale.
Yeah.
What was the track like, really? Any
The track was relatively not Eggleston, but not Girodale, Eggleston. The track was basically open, just that every now and then when my father had the cutlass and he was in front walking. Sometimes what I do in those days was my stepfather, Daryl, and myself that would be going up to the garden. The other children was still small, so they never had that experience going up there. And so he had the cutlass and he would be cutting to the trees or the bush that was in the road, in the path basically. But it was clear path. And imagine, we had to cross that Roseau River. That Roseau River, we had to cross it 18 times to actually reach Anno.
Tell us a little bit about that.
The thing is, the Roseau River, it sources from Loda area, right? And it meanders down through Trafalgar and into that area below Anno, which is below Eggleston. And the troublesome thing about this river was that when it was raining, because that river can be very treacherous, as we all know. And remember whenever we would go to the river, Roseau River in next to the Windsor Park there, and we have to be washing clothes and the like, or bathing, we have to make sure that we look to see if any bush or herbs is coming down, basically to ensure so that we do not get carried away by the river. So going up and down this garden, Anno, it took about two and a half hours or so, and the thing is, we walked so much that it was no problem for us, basically.
So hold on. So are you saying to me to walk from McIntyre Lane,
Yep,
coming down to Federation Drive onto the old bridge?
No.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm going to ask a question.
Yeah.
Onto the old bridge, walking into Newtown, then go up to Beauvoir Road, as you know now.
Yeah.
Wasn't that easier to get to Girodale?
Well, I didn't know it was below Eggleston, It's just recently I got to know that. And that's my stepfather's route. So, and that area would have been much cooler. Going up through Goodwill would be much cooler.
Okay.
Yeah. Although it's not that hot like now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow, that's an experience. I would say.
Yeah, and I think
having to have the donkey remain in
just above Live
Eclair.
Right.
After you cross the river,
Right.
the donkey would have remained in Live Eclair.
So
And then all you carry the food.
right. So what he did basically was either when he asked us to come up, is either to bring down food like dashin, fig, cocoy, plantain, not plantain, tania, and dashin can, when it is raining and it's a cocker's bag basically, all our skin, all our body would be scratching us and so on. So we'd reach up there, and about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, then he would cook food. And after we cook the food, then we would begin traversing back down. But sometimes part of what he would have to do is to cut part of the forest, cut the trees, some of the trees, to make coals. So sometimes we would go up there he would prepare the bed, the coals, the coal bed basically, and our responsibility was to pick up the coals and put them in bags and then bring them down. Just like by live eclair.
You're saying that, and I know that you're married to a Scotland.
Yeah.
Yolanda Scotland. Her father himself traversed through
live eclair. Yep. But I didn't know her that time. Basically, I only got to know her when I entered into the Seventh-day Adventist Church. So I never know. And even if and the fact is that she lived 2 lanes below me. So there was McIntyre Lane, Jolly Lane, Benjamin Lane. And I had never seen this girl at all, until I entered the Adventist Church in 1980.
No, you have given us some of your early life. Let's talk a little bit about school.
Just before that, you mentioned Norrin Joseph. So across the road on McIntyre Lane, there was this house where Norrin Joseph lived with her mother and I think stepfather. And then there was my dada who used to sell fushing and black pudding, especially on Sundays. Then there was the Nibs, Gerald Nibs, there was a nurse there. Then we had Justin Nibs, who is a contractor, building contractor, and Leon Nibs, etc. Then there was next to them was we had the standpipe where we used to bathe and stuff. And there was Clem Fontaine, who was a policeman. There's BABA lived in that lane. BABA, and there was Lennox, and who acted in Nightbox, right. Then we had the Francises. Curtis Francis was a chief orderly at the hospital, and then we had Tusha's mother, I think, lived there, but I don't think he lived in that lane, McIntyre Lane. Then there was the Isaacs, who Jehovah's Witnesses, and then Fordo and those guys.
I mean, before we go into the next part of the discussion or the chat that we're having, you have mentioned quite a number of names who have contributed quite a lot for Dominica. Isaac was the Rosa Credit Union manager. Mr. Nibs was a nurse.
Right.
The chief orderly, Mr. Curtis.
Right.
Then you had
Francis.
Norrin Joseph, who was a teacher.
Norrin Joseph, right.
You know, quite a number of prominent Dominicans came from that small area.
Yeah, that small area, yep.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And, yep.
No, tell us about your school days, before primary school, maybe, if you remember. Preschool that you went to.
At preschool I went to Teacher Morley School, and that was basically, I'm not sure if it was her school, but it was, I think, part of the Catholic Church in a St. Alphonsus churchyard. Just Teacher Morley. And
is it the same Morley that was a prominent Freedom Party supporter who lived a little higher up of I think she lives in Franklin Lane or Francis Lane? No.
That Teacher Morley lived just opposite the where Softy used to be.
Okay.
Just directly opposite there.
Yeah.
In that house there.
That's Princess Lane you're talking about.
Princess Lane, right. Opposite Jehovah's Witness Church, right. Right. We're talking about what again?
School.
Right,
preschool.
School. So after Teacher Morley, then I went to Goodwill Junior High School. And there were a number of teachers there which impacted me. There was Sir Frampton. I remember in the afternoons he would that was in standard 2 or something like that. Because we didn't have grades at that time, just class and then standard. And that's where I learned a lot of countries and their capitals. And I still read a lot also, so that was quite familiar to me.
So you said Sir Frampton. Is it Ferdinand Frampton?
Ferdinand Frampton. And in the early I tried to remember her name, but I couldn't remember her name. There was in class 1 or 2, there was a teacher there from Pottersville, and she used to play
Netball?
netball. I can't remember her name, but if anybody remembers her name, she was very popular.
Dorothy?
No,
Dorothy
she was
Levy.
very popular. She was tall.
Tall. I know Dorothy Levy was tall.
No.
Dorothy Levy Charles, I think.
No.
Not Dorothy.
All right. And I remember I studied common entrance, and out of, I can't remember if it was about 800 students or so, I came out number 300 and something, 327 thereabout. And
but before you go to sit in common entrance,
yeah.
give us a little bit about your primary school life.
Yeah.
Because that would have been exciting.
Yep. The thing is, Goodwill was the best place to be. Everything was just, every institution or activity you wanted to participate in was just within walking distance, 5 minutes walking distance. There was a hospital, there was a playing field, and so on. And so in Goodwill School, I met a number of good friends who we are still friends today. There was Peter Ducre, there's Reginald Harris, who is the pediatrician in America right now, and a number of guys. And that's where I learned to, we began playing football and cricket on the Pottersville Savannah, because that is, but I wonder why they call it Pottersville Savannah, because isn't it Goodwill School Savannah? But
it was the Potter's land, so they call it Pottersville Savannah.
So it's not Goodwill School Savannah?
No, it's not Goodwill School Savannah. It's
Okay.
Pottersville Savannah.
All right.
Yes.
And there we remember there were a number of persons, vendors there, selling tablet and coconut cheese and frozen joys and the like. And it was a real nice, and that's where I actually remember in the early days of Goodwill School, I wrote with slate and pencil, slate and lead, not lead pencil, but the special pencil for the slate. And even you know today that the tablets are called slates.
Yes.
Interestingly.
Yes.
Yeah.
So in class 1, you would remember your teachers.
Well, just that teacher, I just can't remember her
Ferdinand
name.
Frampton alone you remembered.
Well, Ferdinand Frampton was later on in standard 2 and so on.
Just
before.
No, you find in Pottersville Goodwill School, as we normally call it.
Yeah.
Guys from Fonkole, Pottersville, Goodwill would attend to that school.
Yeah, Upper Goodwill, yeah.
Upper Goodwill.
Lower Goodwill, yeah.
Right. But in those days growing up, there was a community called Vietnam.
Vietnam?
Yes, Fonkole was called Vietnam, if you remember.
Okay. Well, I know there was a lot of sort of stuff going on there in Fonkole, and you couldn't just go up to Fonkole just like that.
Right. No. The question I want to ask you: did you find yourself as one of the boys fighting and get yourself into trouble?
The thing is, I think God has blessed me with some special qualities in that I never got myself into drugs. I remember fighting once with a girl. She deceased now, and she actually beat me up. But other than that, no, I wasn't that type of guy who looked for trouble. I was troublesome, but not to the extent to have to fight with individual guys or girls.
But you know, in those days, being troublesome, one of the things that come to our mind is to make two back. So did you make two back?
Oh no, the thing is, for some reason, there was something that was innate to me, in that I wanted to know my father. I only got to know my father when I was to see my father when I was 40, age 40, when I went up to England to study. And somehow I purposed myself that I need to get out of that seeming poverty that was around me in my community and where I lived, basically. And I saw, and I didn't really like going up to the garden as such. So, you see, like holidays right now, that's the time we would have to go up to the gardens. And I did not like holidays per se, because I would have to go up to the garden. And so, I was determined to stay in school by all means possible. And I purposed in my mind also to not allow anything to distract me from my education. So one of the things I told myself is I could not see school and girls to me are not incompatible when I was growing up. Because to me that would be a distraction to me. So I never had a girlfriend when I was going to school, even for SME. Never had a girlfriend. And so I never got myself in trouble. And my mother, in fact, she always told us whenever we were going to school, always pass one road. There were two options we had. Either pass on Charles Avenue, which is going on to Pentecostal Church, or to pass the other road. I can't remember the name right now. Down by Church of God.
Is it Rawls Lane?
The Lugays.
Okay, Winston Lane?
No. The Winston Lane, right. The Lugays.
Winston Lane, yes.
Down by the Lugays and go direct to school. Mm-hmm. And the reason is that she told us that if anything went wrong with us, there's only one road she has to take. And she would come and look for us, basically. So I never got myself into any trouble, per se. I never made tobacco, whether in primary school or secondary school or tertiary education. Never.
All right. No. You would have had to prepare for common entrance.
Yep.
And so there would be classes that you would have to attend.
Not really, no. To me, in those days, we didn't have that kind of structured opportunity for preparing for common entrance, because I sat common entrance in 1972 at 12, and there was no structured opportunity for preparing for common entrance. No.
So you're not one of the students that passed through Roseau Mixing Fan School?
No,
just Roseau Girls School.
No, just Goodwill School.
Just your preschool and then Goodwill School.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
No, you sat common entrance.
Yeah.
You pass.
Yeah.
What was the excitement like?
Well, I was a Catholic at that point in time, and I always saw myself as being a very good Catholic, and so SMA was the school for me. SMA was a school for me, and I was very excited to begin my secondary education at St. Mary's Academy.
But before you would have entered St. Mary's Academy, sports would have been the innate thing in the primary school that you would have attended. You have a savannah next to you, so you are able to play football, cricket. Where you live in McIntyre Lane, you're able to do that. How much involvement that you found yourself while in school playing sports?
Yeah, sports was just a natural thing for some of us. For some others, it wasn't natural. It's not like today where you have at even a tiny age where you have persons assisting you in the development of skills. Our skills were just natural. We went in on the savannah and we picked up a ball and we kicked it. We look and see how guys dribble in and so on, and we practiced it, and so our skills, my skills developed in that. One of the things about football for me was that Desmond Dewhurst, there were a number of guys who, in the 70s, who I admired a lot. Two names come to bear right now. Desmond Dewhurst.
And Lawrence?
No, and Herminas Emmanuel.
Okay.
That's why in fact, when Herminas was born, I told my mother, name him Herminas.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's the love that you had for Herminas.
Yep. And see how it turned out. Herminas, Herminas turned out to be
a big soccer player.
Right, big soccer player.
He represented Dominica himself, Herminas.
I think so, I think so, yeah. Yeah, so football was just, and practically every day I was on the savannah. Practically every day I was on the savannah. And sometimes in the afternoons we'd play two different games, basically. That's pick game. And on Sundays, from early as about 10 o'clock up to about 2 o'clock, we're playing football. right? And I'm amazed at the situation, the level or the quality of football here in Dominica. I'm just not amazed, I'm saddened at the level of our football here in Dominica, because these guys have so much opportunity. I mean, if we had in the 70s, those of us growing up and playing football, if we had those opportunities that guys have today to reach international level, I mean, so many of us could have given that opportunity and made that. Fellas like TK, Thomas Kentish, Lenny Andre, Bull, not Young Bull, that was in Jolly Lane there.
Lawrence.
Yeah. No, well, right, Lawrence. Well, that's Upper Goodwill. I'm talking about Jolly Lane, directly in my area.
Oh, you're talking about Francis.
Red Bull,
Francis.
Red Francis, right, Desmond and so on. Alpha Mesme, man, them guys, Alpha Robin, them guys were really good, but then the opportunities were not there to reach international level. But yeah, every day we'd be playing football, kick up, heading, tactics, yeah. And
control,
yeah, it was a lovely experience, man. And in addition, the thing too, we didn't just have Lindo Park. There was also Astor Park, which is directly opposite the Pentecostal Church. And there we played football likewise. The Dovers that lived in that area. Well, one of the things about Goodwill, and I suppose is similar to other areas, the households were large. Most households had at least 6 people in there, 5-6 individuals, with a mother, father, and 4-6 children, basically. And as a result of that, there were a lot of opportunity with guys to play football, cricket, and the like.
Someone told me that the tall teacher that you must have been speaking about is Miss Pemberton.
No, not Pemberton. No.
Okay.
No, not Pemberton.
Then you find yourself from Goodwill School now to St. Mary's Academy.
Yeah.
Would you remember the first class that you were in, 102 or 101?
Yeah, that was 101, 103, 105, 203, 205, yeah. And in fact, just last year, or early this year, I began a group of the SME class of 1972. So this year, last year in fact, was 50 years since we left SME, since we entered into SME, St. Mary's Academy. So right now we have a group of about a WhatsApp chat of about 20 odd guys.
That period was a telling period. So we will have a little discussion before we go to anything else in reference to the 70s. Yep. But would you have remembered the house that you represented?
St. Ignatius, of course. St. Ignatius, yeah, I played football, I played cricket, and both cricket and football for the team. And I remember Dave Cottingham was our cricket coach in the 4th and 5th form. Yeah, there was Brother Germain for football. But one of the things, I had one limitation in football, in that for some reason or the other, I could not play properly with a shoes on my foot.
Wow.
I had one of the hardest shots at goal without shoes. Sasuli.
In step or toe?
In step.
In step, not toe kick?
No, I'm not. Not
sure?
toe kick, man. I mean, toe kick is for individual can play. But once I put that football shoes on my feet, it just hindered me to the extent that I would be playing. I remember Chicky Boom when I left SMA. Chicky Boom called me up on I was at the Savannah in Lindo Park, and he asked me if I want to represent. He wanted me to represent SMA, the second division. I said yep, and I played for them. However, there were certain times there was actually one time I took out my shoes because I realized it is hindering me. And the referee saw that I took out my shoes playing. He told me, no, I have to put on my shoes. But yeah, it hindered me, and I wish I could have played football all through without any successfully. Imagine trying to play an official game in Windsor Park, second division, and I want to play without shoes. Yeah, but that was that.
No, while in St. Mary's Academy, you two would have grown to have several different experiences. Help us to have a better understanding of your presence attending St. Mary's Academy.
Yeah, my family was limited where finances was concerned, and early in probably even first form, I think first form or second form, I was drafted into the Canadian Save the Children Fund, because I think they realized that I had difficulty in paying the I'm not sure if it's the term, the semester, not the semester, but I think it was an $8 fee, and I still had issues paying for that. And so I was part of the CanSave, all through SMS and Mary's Academy. Our teachers, we had some wonderful teachers there. I remember Mr. James from Workers' Party, former leader.
Edison James?
Edison James taught me science. In first form. There was also Alcott Hamlet. And there was also Mr. Rupert Sorrento, especially in the later years. And I think Mr. Sorrento had a big impact on me as to how we taught agricultural science and biology. Mr. Rupert Lance, he taught me chemistry, and chemistry is my life. Chemistry is my foundation. From the time I began seeing those chemicals from his classes, I just had a love for it, and to the extent that after high school and in my professional life, I offered chemistry classes to students privately. And there were a number of students who I took who actually passed GCE or London chemistry without ever having done any science at all, right? So I gave them a good foundation, and some went on to do dentistry, medicine, and the like, or advanced nursing.
So what about history, especially around this time? History, Dominica not independent yet, but history was a very strong thing, especially hearing about the Black Power movement and so on. What about history? What impact that Mr. Volney had on you?
Yeah, Mr. Volney, I didn't so like history per se. I preferred the sciences. I found it more natural for me where the sciences was concerned, and intriguing. I found that science had something that I had to search for and try to understand it properly and try to apply it. So it gave me, I had a greater interest in the sciences, physics, chemistry, biology, agricultural science, and the like. But the other subjects, I did it because I had to do it. But later on in life, I went on to get a book on slavery, because we had a false impression. Well, the book that we had basically gave us a false impression of the realities of slavery from the standpoint of the slave, right? So I went on to educate myself on that. And while at SMA, in fact, there was a certain point in first form, actually. First form, our class of 101 seemed to have been the most troublesome class in SMA in 1972. To the extent that teachers were fed up of us. There was some, except for one teacher, Miss Anno, who was from Trinidad. For some reason, she loved us and she tried to care for us as much as possible. And because the thing is, there were some of the students in my class who were just looking for trouble, basically looking for trouble. I don't want to put any names, but there was one incident in 101 where There was a teacher, a maths teacher, I think, Mr. Toby Shillingford, from Roseau, I think he was. And he was about to come into the class to teach. And one of the students, just recently, this guy revealed to me who actually, it was he that actually did that. He opened it, he had the door ajar.
I'm laughing because it looks like as if every generation did that. Go ahead.
He had the door ajar, and he put a duster on top of the door, right, and touching the wall. So as soon as Mr. Shillingford opened the door, the duster fell on his head. Now, now he didn't take that too kindly, and he asked who did that. No one said who. I didn't know who did it, but no one. The rest of the students who actually saw did not say who did it, and the person who did it did not accept that he had done it. And so Mr. Toby asked, and nobody responded. So he said that we have to remain in class, remain at 1 o'clock. So at 1 o'clock he came in, and all of us were there, and he told us begin writing. And he wrote on the board, I must not, no, that is 51 years ago, but some of us can still remember that. I must not allow my animalistic emotions to predominate over my intellectual faculties. 1972. And we had to write that 100 times. And then we had to go, we had the opportunity to go home. So that was one. So so we had guys who were really troublesome and looking for trouble, basically. In that era, I witnessed, and that was a popular thing, probably on some other schools, grammar school likewise, where guys began smoking marijuana in school. So they would go to the toilet area, and I would see guys smoking marijuana, but I was never interested.
As early as 101?
Well, more like 103.
That's second form.
103 would be, that's 73. Yeah, 73, 74, thereabout, yeah. Yeah. Because the Rastafarian and Dread movement was gaining popularity, and the marijuana and so on gaining popularity. But I was never interested in smoking. I never smoked cigarette. I never ever smoked marijuana. I love taking the scent of the marijuana.
No, let me ask you, Clayton.
Yeah.
In reference to the period in St. Mary's Academy when the white brothers were at St. Mary's Academy.
No, that's before my time.
That's before your time.
Yeah, when I came in, brother, Father Felix was the headmaster. So the brothers, the issue of the white brothers and the SMA guys, that was in before 72 or 71, 70.
No. When you all came to school, did by any chance Father Felix would have reminded you all of that incident and that he doesn't want that to repeat itself?
I don't recall it. But he was very strict. He was very, very strict. And Brother Jermaine was worst in terms of strictness when he came on. Because Brother Jermaine didn't joke around with guys who wanted to play bad. He would slap fellas on your chest, go cuff fellas on your chest, and so on. I remember one time at SMA, my best subject was chemistry, and so Mr. Lance had given us our papers from a test that we had recently done. So the next class, after he left, the next class was English with Miss, what's her name again? Kulslatig?
Helen
Kulslatig, yeah. So I took my paper and I look. So she's in the class and she has begun her class teaching. And I'm looking at my paper, and she realized that I'm not looking. I'm not being attentive to her. So she came and she just took my paper and tear it. Listen, I saw myself lifting up that teacher and coughing her in the chest. But I just held myself, and that has happened to me at least 2 or 3 occasions where I was tempted to do something ignorantly, and I just calmed myself. And when she saw what my intent may have been, she told me, go to the principal. So I went to the principal. I explained to Brother Jumin. I told him, okay, that brother, go back to your class.
And you didn't get a caning?
No. I never got a caning, no.
Wow.
But in second form, though, I remember getting about 12 detentions or something like that, 12 detentions or something like that. It was just ridiculous. And the thing is, 5 demerits was a detention, was equal to detention. So I was very troublesome that time. But then I was my academics, that didn't keep my academics back at all.
So basically, in a school year, you would have gotten two sets of detentions.
12 detentions, I tell you now.
Oh, 12 detentions.
Yeah.
I thought it's demerits.
No.
Detentions.
Detentions.
So how you're telling me that you were a cool guy in that school?
Yeah, but I mean, cool, but troublesome, but not to the extent where you're fighting and that kind of a thing. No. I mean, liquor boy troublesome, no.
I cannot imagine liquor boy. I cannot imagine being a liquor boy being troublesome and getting demerits.
Well,
I just cannot comprehend that yet. but then you as you said, you played football and you played cricket for your house.
And for SMA. So I played against grammar school, yeah.
In the days of playing against grammar school, what was it like?
Yeah, man, it was very competitive. And however, grammar school was the only secondary school that we could play. Right now we have a number of secondary schools. So you have a number of secondary schools playing against each other. But in my days in the 70s, we just had grammar school, basically. But it was really exciting. And later on, I think the time when I just left SMA, I think there was the Grammar Academites. But that was just about a year or 2 after I'd left.
No, Clayton, let's take a little bit of school and your yard.
Yeah.
As we normally use the word cowards, a limer, someone roaming around. How much of that, as a high school student, that you would have roamed around, not deliberately, but you have friends that are from goodwill and you'd have to maybe go and check them and do certain things. How much of that did you do?
Okay. I was not a coward. I was very focused on my education. Very, very, very focused. So, for example, if my mother sent me to the shop to get, and there were a number of shops in the area in Goodwill, to buy something, and I had a test, I would have the book, my exercise book or whatever, walk in and study, basically. And we pull the fact that we are a number of us who have the same age group and of the same have the same kind of skills in terms of football and cricket. After the games we would hang out, just continue chatting basically until night time. There was a little group of us in McIntyre Lane. In fact, there were 2 groups in McIntyre of men in McIntyre Lane. There were the bigger guys like Justin Nibs, Gerard Nibs, Leon Nibs, Curtis, Francis, Randy, Lennox, BABA. They were the bigger guys. And then there were the smaller guys of myself, Reginald Francis, Clem Simon, deceased. Philip Simon was very, very small that time. And Reginald Francis, so the Francises, that's the group that I hung out with basically. And we played a lot of dominoes in the lane. And sometimes we would, some Sundays, that group, either 2 of us or 3 of us would go down to Point Michel to the dance, because in Point Michel there was
Galvanized disco.
Galvanized disco, right? And we went there at least twice. Yep. And there was a friend of mine, Richie Richards, Richie Richards was in my class, and he's deceased likewise. He's from Point Michel. That's his brother of
Ken?
Kent, Ken, who died recently there. So we'll go down by him, and then we would go to the dance and stuff. And sometimes after our football or cricket game from the Lindo Park, we'll go down to the river, Rosa River that is. We'll go to either Sikwe, that is, you know Sikwe?
Of course.
Sikwe is just off the new apartments there in the corner there.
It's still wrong. I see they did some work on it recently.
Right. Or directly below the Baffin State Bridge. There was a big basset there. Or on the power.
On the power, yeah.
Or sometimes we'll go up to
Fly City?
Not Fly City. Well, Fly City.
No, it's called
Silver Lake. Silver Lake. Right.
Yeah.
Or sometimes we'll go down to the
Palm Grove?
Palm Grove was more like a family thing. Yeah. Well, yeah, more family.
So
thing.
Gel Bushui then?
Yeah.
So you went to Gel Bushui?
Yeah. Or we'll go.
How you tell me that you wanted to count and you go to Gel Bushui now?
No, but what do you mean by coward?
A limer, Romin, friends.
Okay. All right. I think
I counted a bad word, you know.
I got the impression that coward suggests
to be violent,
negativity.
No. Guys that were just liming across the streets of Roseau, and doing things sometimes that would be beyond them.
Okay. Or we'll go down to the street. This scene by my boy there, my boy and Bill.
Yes.
And imagine that road was dirt road there. That was dirt road, and there was big tamarind trees along the road there. Or we'd go down to Rockaway to bathe. Yeah.
Yes. Good evening.
Yes.
Very interesting discussion. But I know him very well.
You taught him?
No, I didn't teach him, but right around his area, that's where I met my lady.
You mean Rose?
No.
Oh.
My children mother.
Yes. In Jolly Lane.
Jolly Lane.
Union. Right.
So I know him very well.
Yep.
One of the things that
you taught my wife. And
his wife.
You taught my wife. Yeah.
I taught his wife at Goodwill School.
Yeah.
Right. Now, one of the things that was happening at that time.
You remember that? Probably remember. What's the name of that teacher at Goodwill School who taught the lower classes like class 1 and class 2?
Well, I cannot remember the name of the tall teacher you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
I know, for instance,
we had basket netball.
I know we had Alma Kuzlatik.
Alma
wasn't tall.
Yes, she was tall.
Oh, yes, she was tall.
Yeah?
Alma Kuzlatik. That's it.
I'm which
she played for Dominica.
She played for Dominica.
I know Alma.
That's
Alma. There's a short Kuzlatik.
No, that's not Alma.
She was married to Jared, but I think.
No, Alma is a tall woman. You know, she was an education officer. Right, she lived in Elliott Avenue.
Right.
By the boathouse area there, just by the Knights, in a little yacht there.
She was married to Kuzlatik, or she
was married to Kuzlatik.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she taught the lower classes in Goodwill School.
She was education officer for the West.
I know Alma Kuzlatik. I didn't see her as a six.
Yeah, man. She was tall.
Oh,
she was tall woman. And strong.
I may have the wrong Alma Kuzlatik.
Yeah, man. Your vision of Alma. Alma is from Pottersville, you know. You know. But one of the things that around his area that I wanted him to probably mention, those mango trees.
Well, yeah, mango siwo, we mentioned that.
Yeah, the mango siwo.
Mango
and basically, did you ever mention Hossibili?
Oh, yeah, Hossibili.
Yes,
Hossibili right there, going down the area there, and so on. Did he tell you about Kamenti?
Clementi. Forget Kamenti.
yeah, Clementi. Yeah, I mean, Goodwill was an exciting place to grow up in, a very exciting place to grow up in. I mean, you had churches there, you had schools, you had hospital, you had playing fields, and you had some individuals who were, how should I put it? Funny individuals.
Well, Kamenti was a funny guy.
Idiosyncratic.
His mother too, in the yard there, selling coals.
Right. So Clementi was a member of the Church of God.
Church of God.
Assembly. And he was very passionate about preaching the gospel. So he would go wherever and talk to people about the gospel and so on.
And he was a good craftsman too, eh?
Yes, a very good craftsman. Yeah. Clementi. Right?
Now around his area, there were a number of shops.
Oh yes, let me name them.
And
for
so you have to name those shops. I know the shops.
Vix
Right,
is one.
So there was Mad Dominic, which is Vix.
Vix, right?
Right,
Yes.
where we have Lindo Park, with Lindo Mart right now. Then lower down you had on the right, where the gasoline station is there, you had Hiram.
That's right.
Hiram. Going back on the left side, you had Deschaussee.
Deschaussee.
Right, that is the Dr. Deschaussee father parents had that shop there. Then lower down you had Marouye Tete.
Tete Rouye, yeah.
Right, Tete. And then lower down you had, to the further end, you had Softy.
Softy, yeah.
Softy. And then you had a lane called...
There was the one in Winston Lane.
Yeah, we'll come into that.
We'll come to that.
Going across by the Dukeries there, we had that shop lane.
Shop lane, right.
Imagine a shop lane. So you had Dukeries. Then you had, somebody came there later on, before Chatter. I can't remember the name of these people.
Yeah, I can't remember myself.
Right. But then there was Chatter, who was his the son was the head of the prison.
Prison, yeah.
Yeah. And then going back up to that lane, Winston Lane, we had Shillingford, Storsey and Ferdy and them guys there. Yeah, so we had a lot of shops in that area.
That's why the name Shop Lane, eh?
Shop Lane. And then lower down, going down to Gula School there, we had the Luges. Ma Luge, Peter Luge, Danny Luge. Yeah, Danny and I played football together. Yeah.
No, I want to find out from you, in reference to goodwill, you have those lanes, McIntyre Lane, Jolly Lane, you have Benjamin Lane, Bowers Lane, Rawls Lane, and all of those lanes. Was there from top of McIntyre Lane, let's say down to Rawls Lane, would you all have had Shascot, they call it?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
To help us to help us have a better
in fact,
understanding.
from the southern end, from the northern end, so from Norrin Joseph area go down, you could go through most of the yards, and from McIntyre Lane go into Jolly Lane, and from Jolly Lane go into Benjamin Lane, and from Benjamin Lane go into Bowers Lane. And I remember we used to play very early 70s or late 60s. We used to be cowboy and what it was again?
Cowboy de volley.
Cowboy de volley, right? Cowboy de volley, going through the lanes with our guns, our water gun and our where's the other snap?
The cock
The
gun,
cock gun.
your
cock
plastic
gun and
bullets.
the other one with the
Capsule.
right?
Capsule
Capsule gun. Yeah.
Did you ever use the bomb? The bomb where you had it in a crocus bag.
No,
And
I don't know about that.
you hit it, or your bandits. You ever like?
Oh yeah,
bandits?
bandits. Yeah. Bandits. Yeah.
So you had the shortcuts.
Yeah.
And what was the rationale for using them then?
Well, that was an easy way of moving from one place to the next, right? And because instead of using the main road, which would be have a certain distance, basically, you can just use the shortcuts to get to where you want much easier and faster.
It was said that when police officers who are from the country, because most times you would not have found a police officer from Roseau, and when they would have come to the areas like Goodwill and so on to look for guys, it was very difficult to get the guys that they were looking for, because they would pass from one shortcut to the other.
Yeah.
You know?
But you remember too, you had fellas who knew the area too. You had fellas like Badman Joe. You had Sergeant Francis. You had some of the policemen. You had the other one, Mr. Knight. So you had quite a number of policemen around the area. Yeah, Knight is from Portersville. You had Sergeant Francis. Badman Joe, down there in down there, I think in Winston.
Bowers Lane. Yeah.
So quite a number of policemen came from the
yes, I
area too.
remember Badman Joe.
You had
a black police officer driving a black car.
Yeah.
And you also
Ford
had,
black car.
right? You also had Mr. Doctrove, Billy Doctrove's father.
In Greens
Yes.
Lane.
Yeah, so quite a number of policemen came around the area.
No, yes, go ahead.
And yeah, there was had an incident in my lane where I was getting ready for exams. I was probably in fourth form or so, and I was preferred bathing under the pipe in McIntyre Lane. And instead of bathing in my yard, I want the water to come down on me.
Okay.
Right. Instead of pouring water from a container on me. And the guy warned me. So there was a policeman who was living in the lane. And he had just come down from the countryside. And he told me that I should not be busy, illegal for me to be bathing under the pipe. I said, okay. So I'd be always on the lookout for him. So that morning I went to bathe, and while bathing he came there, and I don't know how I didn't see the guy. And he came up and he told me he's arresting me for bathing under the pipe. And I'm getting ready to go and do an exam, you know. And I said, okay. However, I spoke to my mother about it, and I think she probably spoke to Clem Simon, as Philip's mother, because I think it was her son that was the policeman, and they spoke to him, and then the charge was, they told me, forget about that.
So from a very early age, you had your own power.
Yeah.
No, I want you to tell us in reference to sports, because I know that you played quite a lot of football in particular.
And cricket.
And cricket.
Yeah, but a lot of cricket.
In the Goodwill area. Help us to have a better understanding as to how you all went about. I know that you play for Saints in those early days. Help us to have a better understanding how the teams would have been chosen, how you all pick the games.
Yeah.
You know? Or
Right.
the teams, sorry.
So before we had real organized league football, every afternoon we'll be playing, and we'll just pick guys, whatever numbers that's there, until we get 11, and to play a football game. And that football game would last, directly after school, and it will last until the sun goes down, basically. And we really enjoyed it. And later on, there was we decided to form a league, a football league. So there was Upper Goodwill with Lenny Andre and them guys, Heward Bain and them guys there. So that's Upper Goodwill. There was Murphy Lane, sorry, with TK and them guys there. And TK, there was Arthur Robin. Then there was Dallas County. Them guys were powerful.
Yeah, the William brothers.
Yeah, the William brothers. Yep. And Jacko, I think, played for them, and also his brother Bryan St. Rose. I think they played for them. Them guys. There was also Earl, Eric, and them guys there. And however, that guy. Interestingly, there was one of the William brothers, the goalkeeper.
Bibbs.
Yeah. Interestingly, I don't think he ever goalkeeper for Saints. He was goalkeeper for Harlem.
Yes,
at some point in
the
time.
very early days of his goalkeeping. You're correct.
There was Cuthbert Sandy, Papayo. Papayo some issues for some time now. Papayo.
Papayo is a very good dribbler.
Yes.
Even the days of going to Rosa Boys School, because he went to Rosa Boys School together
very
with me.
Good, man.
Very good footballer.
Yeah, so that was Dallas County. Then moving across.
I think for persons, I think is what Polydor is his name. You remember? But I know he's a Polydor.
Polydor. Yeah, I just remember Papayo as his first. But I don't know his first name. Yeah. Then going out. Well, there was the Timothy brothers who Jeffrey was more or less like athlete. He was an athlete, a long runner, distance runner.
Choco,
right. Mm-hmm. Going across, we had the guys from around Astor Park. Astor Park is directly above Pentecostal Church there. I think Pentecostal Church bought that place.
The
Dover brothers, them cows. Mm-hmm. I keep wondering why they were called cows.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they own cows or so on. Their father.
Yeah.
All right. And so that was another football team there. And then now, from McIntyre Lane, Jolly Lane, and Benjamin Lane, we formed a team called MJB Stars, of which I played right wing. Yeah, and it was very competitive, very competitive. And I mean, that guy, we had skills, man. We had determination. So it was very exciting playing among those teams there, and that helped us a lot in camaraderie, in team building and stuff, and we enjoyed ourselves.
Someone just sent me the message and said that his name was Desmond Polidor. Yes.
Oh, Desmond Polidor.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and there was, going back down to Rolls Lane area, there was Zebians, and well, that name came from Zeb Marona. Them guys were very, very good. There was Bentley Linton, who went together with me he was together with me in Sixth Form College. He died from a motorbike accident. Vehicle. That was the Lintons. The present president brother, he died. Very good, skillful guy, man. And we had a team from Pottersville also was playing among in that league. That was Potters, and so the camaraderie and the skills, it was real nice playing at that point in time.
Uh-huh. And from that, you all would have chosen a team to play for Saints.
Well, since it was a club, basically, it's a club. And so they had the administrative stuff, and they would choose individuals from the best from all around Goodwill, basically. So fellas like Danny Luge, TK, TK wasn't playing for Saints.
I'm
Celtics, right? TK was playing for Celtics. But Bull and Alpha Mesme and so on, them guys were playing for Bobette,
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Bobette in Murphy's Lane there was playing for thing, and Bobette was very influential, man, on the football field.
Could run.
Yep.
It was like an ant.
Especially against Harlem, when he played against Harlem. And one of the things I remember one of the things where Windsor Park was concerned, and the league football that was not league football occurring matches in Windsor Park, is I say there was a match about to be played or playing in the Windsor Park. Say Harlem against Kensborough, Harlem against Saints, whatever. And for some reason, there's a delay. I have a delay at home, and I haven't gone to the Windsor Park yet. And so I'm preparing. And then sometimes you hear, ooh, guys shooting at the ball, at the goal, and that missing the goals. And that happens so many times. There was a lot of excitement with football. Right now, you go to a football game and fellas look even kicking, shooting from a distance, right? And so there was a lot of excitement where football is concerned. People came out, even with those leagues on a Sunday afternoon. People, mothers, fathers, everybody, people from the community would come to the Lindo Park, and they'll be filled with people watching football. I mean, it's sad that in recent years I've been passing by the Lindo Park, and you hardly see people playing. And just recently I noticed that with the advent of All Saints University and the Haitians, they picked up and they began playing at the Lindo Park, and I would hardly see guys from Goodwill, the next generation, playing football. And as compared to when we were playing, I mean, whole afternoon, or sometimes on holidays, whole day we are playing football and cricket.
Yeah, and before you go, for instance,
before you do that, I didn't want to go to the telephone just yet. So apparently that person must be the same person. Yeah. So go ahead, caller. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Cecil and Bryan and your guest.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, I want to ask a question, the gentleman with your guest. While you were at SME, were there any Grandarians who were your classmates at that time?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah.
Can you give me some of the names?
In my class, there was Carlton Gregor is deceased. There is Carlton Gregor, Davidson Bertrand, Harold Defoe. Yeah, there's this other guy, I can't remember his name right now. I just saw, yeah. But this guy so far, yeah, I can remember from, Jones Barron. Yeah, Jones Barron, Carlton Gregor, Harry Defoe. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm Bryan.
Yeah. I was telling him before you moved into you were in the football business. Did you play with the kiss ball? Did you have the opportunity to lace a ball with your bladder, or you play with the normal ball they using now?
With the normal ball. Well, even before the normal ball, sometimes I would play with
Wembley?
Yeah, the Wembley. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you did not play with the case ball, where there's a tie
and the tube inside.
And the tube inside.
Yeah, man. Yes.
And
That was hard.
That's what we call the case ball.
That was hard, boy.
Yes.
and you have to lat the ball.
Boy, that was hard, boy. And especially when I played with, I usually played with Cecil, and that was hard. My instep is to burn me, man. Yep. Yeah.
So you did all of this in football. Now you had Spartans, and you had Saints. So some guys from Spartans, especially the Lawrence brothers, played for Spartans, and the Saints guys from the Goodwill area. Was there any kind of camaraderie among those guys who played against each other, even after the games?
I don't think there was any hard ill feeling where playing against each other, even though you came from the same area. No, I don't think that. I think there was just a camaraderie, and we just playing sports, basically.
How did you look at Tiki then?
Boy, Tiki was a boss, man. I personally, Tiki over the years, I admired the way Tiki bowled with his off break and leg break and stuff. And I remember playing cricket, and he bowled at difficulty in deciphering how he was bowling and how to manage that ball from him. Basically, I admired his football skills. Tiki had some superb football skills, man. Yeah, and I remember Scobie. I remember one Sunday morning there was a pig game, and I was picked to play cricket. There was a cricket game, and Scobie was batting, and Scobie didn't like to get out. And I was on the long on boundary, and Scobie hit that ball, that cock ball, and it went low, and I caught that ball. And Scobie, he's supposed to be out, and Scobie refused to go down. He's saying that I did not catch the ball. But eventually he had to give up, basically. But the camaraderie was real nice, man. Camaraderie was real nice. It was a real nice period of time in the 70s there.
Someone is on the telephone. Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes.
Lower down the volume of your radio, please.
All right. Cecil.
Yes.
Alma John. The teacher was Alma John.
We got
John.
Oh, not Cool Slatig. Yes. Okay.
Thanks.
Alma John, we said.
Yeah.
She was married to
Yes,
she got married to Cool
She got
Slatig.
married to Cool Slatig.
Yeah.
Okay.
So her name was Alma
John.
Cool Slatig.
All right.
Thanks.
So let me tell you something.
Yes.
When you talk about Anno, I knew your stepfather, Mr. Reed.
Okay, right.
Because when he was in Denga, I was his neighbor. I did get next side to him.
Okay.
Rastaman.
Okay.
Rastaman Popo.
Oh, you know me good.
Well, Mr. Reed, I know him.
Thanks.
I know
him. You play for Alcyon?
Yeah, man, I play for Alcyon.
Okay.
In 73.
Yeah. All right then. Thanks.
All right.
Yeah. No. You were saying in reference to Scobie that he didn't want to go up.
He loved batting.
He loved batting. No. Goodwill. I don't know for what the reason. Goodwill Pottersville. Normally we put cricket to the country. St. Joseph, Collio, the West Coast, Salisbury, but somehow cricket was entering into Goodwill, and whenever a selection of a Dominica team would have been made, you would have a Pottersville and a Goodwill representative for the national team. How did that happen, Clayton? Well,
the thing is, guys like TK and there was this guy. There was a Defoe guy. Probably you remember. There was a Defoe guy in a left-handed Defoe guy.
David Defoe.
David Defoe. But I admired Mr. Bowling. I'm not sure if you remember him, Cecil.
Yeah.
David Defoe and Winston Linder.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The thing is, in those days, we had the passion for cricket and football, whatever sport we were playing, and most of us were competent in both cricket and football. And as a result of that, we took the time off to play the game, to learn the game properly, and to apply ourselves as much as possible. So there was a lot of playing of the game, basically, as compared to before. Guys want to go have a match and they're not even practicing, right? That's not making sense. And as a result of that, you can see the decreased quality of play in both cricket and football here in Dominica.
So you represented St. Mary's Academy in handball?
Yes, handball and football.
And football.
Handball, cricket, and football.
Now, how much of handball would you have played in Goodwill?
Oh yeah, in Goodwill there was a concrete pitch, actually, in Lindo Park, and that was closer to the Sims on that eastern side.
Closer to Jupiter
Lane, right. Mm-hmm. And I played a lot of hardball cricket, and especially when, in fact, from SMA, I do all my life, in my 5 years in SMA, I always played cricket. And for my team and for SMA, for my house, Ignatius and SMA, the school, and also when I went to sixth form college, 77 to 79, I captained the cricket and the football team and the cricket team. And so there was Bentley and stuff, and Reginald Harris and so on, and Melba Phillip and the like. So I played a lot of football and cricket, but then in the 80s, I was reduced. In the late 80s, not just the early 80s, but in the late 80s going into the 90s, I reduced that as I got involved in other stuff like music and so on.
No. In reference to the...
But one second. One other thing I played a lot of too was wind ball cricket.
I was coming to that.
Right. So there was night box cricket team, and I was an instrumental part in that, and I was keeping and bowling, and I didn't like bowling per se. Some of my hand was always hurting me. But I was keeping, and I was one of the mainstay batsmen for night box. Imagine when Patrick John was Prime Minister, night box cricket team played a cricket game against the parliamentarians in
Kings Hill.
Monbrose, because he resided up there, and we played that game on a Sunday afternoon, and it was quite nice. Night box, and in addition to football, there was also a number of cricket teams. So there was Potters, there was Funkule. There was Gota, which came up after some point in time, and there was Murphy's Lane. I don't think good Upper Goodwill didn't have a cricket.
Dallas had a team too.
Dallas, right, and Cowan them.
The Astor Park.
Yeah. So we played a lot of cricket, and the matches won Sundays.
Right. But there was also
and one of the areas that we played was in Funkule. Well, 2 areas. One is Funkule. That's where the health center is. There's a basketball court there right now. We played there on that concrete thing. No, it wasn't concrete.
It was concrete.
No. Yeah. And then there was I mentioned Astor Park. Right.
And in Funkole sometimes we would have played where the Jollies places around that area there.
But he would have played. He would also have played by our coach and them.
Who's that?
By our coach.
Who's that?
That is close to the Goodwill Primary School now. That is by
yes.
Gifford Walsh and them.
Right.
Our coach is Gifford Walsh brother.
And down in Rolls Lane,
as a matter of fact, he became a Dominica open batsman.
Yeah.
And in Rolls Lane there's that open park directly where they have that restaurant stuff.
Well, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, Friday.
We played a lot of cricket there.
What was beautiful about that was the wind ball also helped you to be a more prolific cricketer with the hard ball.
Yes.
Somehow,
Uh-huh.
it helped you until later on. I think Gifford, may he so rest in peace, establish the wind ball tournament,
and
then you have to spin your hand.
Spin your hand, not like volley.
I'm sending balls, but you have to spin your arms.
I think Alcons was very good at that, boy. Alcons in Pottersville.
Yeah, Alcons.
Very good.
Afterwards, they call themselves Cornals.
Yeah.
So Alcons was very, very good at that. Astapak too played a very pivotal role in the softball cricket. You had teams from outside of Roseau itself, like Maho. I know for sure Maho was one.
Let me ask him, did you ever play any matches in front of the Catholic Church?
Of course, yeah.
Because
Right.
Everybody would do. Softball.
You had to play in front of the Catholic Church, man.
And even in the Pottersville, Savannah, there was the concrete pitch. And that's where one of the William brothers himself, grew to be a very good batsman. Do you think some of those pitch that we're talking about with the
concrete
ball
with the county?
The county.
Yeah.
You don't think that is lacking why we think our West Indies team is not doing as well as it
But
is
of course, seriously. And again, for it to be the best at what you do, you have to practice it. I think there was years ago in my early 30s, while in a church program, there was Ducre guy, Trevor Ducre, who gave us a presentation on leadership. And he said one of the important things in terms of leadership and getting the best out of what you're doing is the 5 P's. Plenty practice prevents poor performance.
I like that. Repeat that. Plenty practice prevents poor performance. Wow, I like that.
So you have to practice. You have to practice at the skill. You have to develop your skill by practicing. You can't just come and play and expect to score as much as you can.
Normally, guys who go, before we go to another subject matters, a little bit of more sports, guys who would have gone to the St. Mary's Academy would have been able to play badminton and squash.
Yeah.
At what point?
Well, not squash though.
Well, I'll tell you why squash.
Okay.
Because a lot of the upper class would have found themselves playing squash.
Right.
And so people like, for instance, in my time, there was this guy who played table tennis, who was David Blanchard. And the brother of David Blanchard was Richard Blanchard.
Right.
They played quite a lot of tennis, and they would have also played squash.
Right.
So the elite guys of the society, children, would have also found themselves playing squash. And I think they would have played it at
Dominica Club.
No, not the Dominica Club. Well, at the Dominica Club, and then at the Anchorage
Hotel.
Yes, So tell us a little bit about the badminton, because I played badminton too. I too played squash. Help us on that.
Badminton is if you have a good opponent, then you can get a good sweat from that, basically. Yeah. And so there's the racket, where you have the racket and this ball.
Bird. It's called a bird.
A bird is called. All right. So I learned that in SMA. And the type of person I am still, I like to get myself involved in as many activities as possible. So for my 60 plus years, I've never had a dull moment in life. I've never been bored, because there's always something that I have to do, which is interesting to me, basically. So I got involved in badminton and in the Roseau Health Center, where the All Saints is right now. Some guys and myself, we used to play badminton in that yard. So after work, we'd stay at the back, or I'd call them up, and then we'd play badminton. But squash, I got involved with squash from Gerald Burnett, from a brother of mine who is, well, I say brother, church brother, who's in the States right now. And he he associated with the elite to a certain extent. So then he told me about the squash, and I got the opportunity to play for him a number of times there.
You had to be fit, eh?
Yeah, boy. Squash. Imagine, right? Imagine one day, I after playing badminton for about an hour or so, I was burnt and I was ready to go home. So Gerard called me and he told me that, let's go and play squash. So I said, okay. So we went and played squash at the Dominica club after playing badminton. And during the game, I just vomited because I'd lost too much water, basically, too much fluid. And so you have to be fit. You have to be fit for that game.
I tell people that you have to be fit to play both badminton and squash.
Yeah.
But the squash is quite a lot of your head.
Yes.
You know, I know with table tennis or with lawn tennis, you have to use a lot of your wrist.
Yeah.
But if badminton, squash, you have to use a lot of your brain.
Yep,
so even if you have a good risk to hit the ball, you have to always try to fool your opponent, and that was the tricky thing about squash.
And just short space, that you have, and you can hit the ball so hard, and you have to dive for
and you have to ensure that it doesn't bounce too many times before you get to it. I think that's a game that we should try to really help in our sportsmen, and to include that of football and cricket. If they can play that to help in their endurance, because it's a real hard game. 21 points still, they still play for 21 points. Mm-hmm. It's a really hard game.
There's one game though, popular game, basketball, which I didn't play too much of. And the reason is that, which I only got to understand it some years ago. I've always felt that while playing basketball, somebody's fingers will go in my eye. And some years ago, I was speaking to a doctor, Dr. Van Omen, who was from Holland, while I was working in St. Joseph as a pharmacist. And so I explained to him what my fears where basketball is concerned. And it asked me how did I have any negative thing happening to me when I was younger. And I thought, and I remembered there is a little dark spot right here above my eyes, around the center area here. And my mother told me that when I was a baby, she had a starlight in her hand. And I grabbed the starlight, and it impacted on my forehead there. And as a result, for example, if I'm just there and not doing anything, and there's a light, I must be looking at the light. It's like I'm fearful that something will occur in my eye, where my eyes is concerned, where light is concerned, with light. Or somebody's hands or fingers. So I don't like people's hands or fingers in my eyes. Yeah.
It is strange that you went to St. Mary's Academy and didn't play basketball.
Yeah, I played, but that was my limitation. I didn't want anything happening to my eyes. Yeah.
No. So you found yourself now very much involved in sports, but then later on, academically, you lived in McIntyre Lane, which is either according to where you're coming from, you can say it's the front of the hospital or the back of the hospital, but it's a few stone away from the hospital.
Yeah.
But you found yourself involved in pharmaceutical, as a pharmacist. How that happened? Was it because you lived close to the hospital that it impacts your presence to want to be at the hospital? What happened while you became a pharmacist?
All right. It didn't have anything to do with that. And it occurred by default, sort of. I really enjoyed my sciences, and I always knew that I would end up in professionally in some science field. But pharmacy was not on my mind. And so in 1980, that was after the hurricane, I got a scholarship to go to Barbados to do an agricultural program. And I thought it was a degree program. So when I arrived there, I realized it was just a college, like a diploma that I'd be getting. So I just spent 5 months there. And when I was about to leave there, decided I was just fed up of it. My brother Daryl sent me a chronicle. And that was the only chronicle, the only newspaper I ever got from Dominica. And when I read it, I saw there was a vacancy for pharmacy students. And so I applied. And I'd also applied to Dominica Coconut Products. And I got a job at Dominica Coconut Products. I started the morning, and I went for an interview for the pharmacy student the same morning at 10 o'clock. And it so happened that the next day, I began working at Central Medical Stores. So I left Coconut Products, the 2 hours I spent there. And 6 months later, I was called up to the pharmacy program. So that's how it all began.
Before we continue, I just would like to read some of the information that some persons have sent me. Someone sent me and said Greenhalgh's Lions.
Oh yeah, Greenhalgh's. Yeah, Greenhalgh's from Greens Lane.
Greens Lane and Canal Lane.
Yeah, Canal
Jeffrey
Lane.
Edmond, Gordon Mondesi, Brian Hamilton.
Yes.
Said, we won the knockout in the Goodwill League.
Yeah.
The person didn't tell me what year.
That was be about 1984. Yeah, about 1984. 1984? No, man, no, about 1980. Let me see. Somewhere around there, yeah.
Another person said, Cecil, as though I knew Clayton going to DGS.
No, SMA.
And the person also said that Dovers were called cow because their father used to head boots them when disciplining them.
Ouch. That's
what the person said to tell me.
There was a real large family down there.
Yes, another person said that you forget to mention Desmond Fontaine.
Yeah, I mentioned Desmond, but I couldn't remember his
Fontaine.
Yeah, it's the name. So Desmond Fontaine after Mesme, Bull, Francis. Yeah.
And the person is also asking, would it be Miss Liebert?
No, Miss Liebert never played.
No. In terms of a teacher, tall teacher.
No. She never played netball. I worked with her.
Okay.
No, okay. Well, Mr. Nicholas was one of our teachers, like
Mr. Nicholas Goodwill.
Kakas.
Did you ever meet Miss Rule? Miss Rule was also
yes,
teacher.
Miss Rule, yeah.
Miss Rule from
and Miss Green from Libla Lane.
From Libla Lane.
And someone I can say, Rasmo say to call him.
Rasmo.
Oh, Rasmo, my partner.
Yeah. Rasmo, yeah. Rasmo.
Levé Dominique, Levé.
To me there, and I remember him going up. In fact, he was. Do you know Rasmo was a mill nurse?
Rasmo, yes, man.
Yeah.
Yes,
long
long time.
In the 70s, he was studying.
Yeah.
While I was in the
80s.
No, in the 70s.
In the 70s.
So how come he still left nursing?
He was studying to become a nurse, and he would go in the mango tree, in mango siwo and study and stuff, and I myself would come up there.
He had a great pants and I think something blue on him.
Yeah. I think it was psychiatric unit.
Yes, psychiatric, yes. I remember I seen Rasmo in
yeah, man, Rasmo.
That's why I said I thought it was the 80s.
Okay. No, man, 70s.
70s.
Anyway, Rasmo is listening, so you'll tell me.
So we actually had 3 nurses in the lane, you know.
Yes.
We had
Nibs,
Rasmo, and Korea, that nurse, and she was a nurse, yeah.
That's correct,
in the same yard with Rasmo.
And the person said that Alma John is the person.
Alma John,
yeah.
Right.
And the person said that Cecil Hector, someone said Cecil Hector was the second person with a shop.
Yeah.
Cecil Hector
in Shop Lane.
In Shop Lane, yeah. Hector.
Cecil Hector, I don't know.
Was after Ducre.
After Ducre, yeah.
That's what.
But Cecil Hector didn't have that thing in Roseau.
He had a shop in Roseau on Kennedy Avenue.
Kennedy Avenue.
Yes.
Where thing is right now.
Where you have
Jays used to be, yeah.
No, so in reference to you choosing your field, you just applied.
Yeah, I just
basically.
Applied, yeah.
With no interest wanting to be a pharmacist.
No, I realized that it is an opportunity for me, and I loved chemistry.
I was about to ask you, why not the lab? The lab was new.
Well, the thing is I got the opportunity for pharmacy. I didn't see any opportunity for lab, so I took the opportunity for pharmacy. Yeah, basically.
And tell us how you were able to grow now after getting your calling.
Yeah. Okay. So I spent 1 year there, and then as a pharmacy student, and during that time there was Edmund Severer, his brother Albert Severer. There was Mr. Coffee, and there was Mr. What's his name again? I remember his tall guy there.
Jolly never worked there with you?
No, Clovell David.
Oh yeah, David.
Yeah, and Oswald Butchron, who is my good buddy. But we went to school together. He's part of the 72 SMA class of 72. And so imagine that, right? I've realized in life that whatever you have on your mind to accomplish, somehow, if you believe in God, it manifests itself in the physical. Somehow, it manifests itself in the physical. So I really wanted to do to become a professional pharmacist when I saw what was happening in the pharmacy department. And I dreamt. So like tonight, I would have dreamt that the chief medical officer, which was Dr. McIntyre, D.O.N. McIntyre, he came to the pharmacy. That's what I dreamt. And he told us he spoke to Mr. Coffee and all of us who were at the pharmacy at the time, and he told us that in the dream that Mr. Clayton Bryan and Teresa Shillingford from Granby has been chosen to go to Barbados Community College to study pharmacy. Next morning, voila, Dr. Don McIntyre came in and said exactly what I dreamt. Now, so that was 1982. I went off to Barbados to do pharmacy. And for 2 years. Now, I'd met Yolanda, was my girlfriend then in 1980 when I became a Seventh-day Adventist. And becoming a Seventh-day Adventist was the most significant and important activity or decision that I've made in my life. Becoming a Seventh-day Adventist, because it has revolutionized my thinking, the application of my life basically, and has benefited me significantly. So I went off to Barbados in 1982, and I read a lot. I met a Dr. Doglin, who was a pharmacology lecturer. And this guy has been a mentor for me in terms of explaining the sciences, all in his head. He doesn't have any PowerPoint, but he just explains it logically and rationally. And it really intrigued me and impressed me a lot. And in addition to that, he was a Seventh-day Adventist. He was a first elder at his church. He was a medical doctor. He was having health crusades. And even while I was there doing the pharmacy program, I went to the health crusade. Whatever health crusade he had, I went to it. And I learned a lot. To the extent that I decided from that to become a vegetarian. So I told myself, I'm giving myself from 1982 to 1983, I'm giving myself 1 year to become a vegetarian, stop eating meat and fish. And the thing is, there were two options. When I read the Spirit of Prophecy books from Sister Ellen G. White, I realized there were two paths to vegetarianism. Either you do it right away, cold turkey, or you take some time. So I decided to take some time. And as my 1 year came up, I got a hatred for animal flesh. To the extent, once I bought a roti and I vomited. So 1983, when 1983 September came, that was it. I became a vegetarian, and later on I became a vegan. All right, so I came back with a pharmacy diploma in pharmacy, and I worked in various districts, St. Joseph, Castlebrooks, Marigot, as a pharmacist. And I'd been praying to God. Well, I got married in 1984. So I had an engagement when I came back in 1983 during studies. And in 1984, I got married. And in 1988, I had my first daughter, my daughter Kimberly. And then Kevin came in 1995, some 7 years after that. Now, I wanted to move on to a higher degree, like a master's, a first degree and a master's. But then I didn't want to leave the family and go on to study just like that. Because I realized that even during that point in time, I used to be reading a lot of personal stories of individual autobiographies. And what I saw when that hit me is that a lot of these guys who became famous and reached the top of their profession, they did it at the expense of their family. So the wife divorced them, they had to remarry a number of times, and their children ended up in drugs. And I decided that's not going to happen to me. So I prayed to God and I told him, look, I need to go to do a degree, but I do not want to sit in a university for 3-4 years. And again, so I spoke to God about it, and there's another thing which I learned, whatever the mind of man can conceive and believe, he can achieve it with a positive mental attitude. And in 1995, I got the opportunity to go to Jamaica to spend 3 summers to get a pharmacy degree at the University of Technology. I came back with that first degree, and then I was still wanted to continue, and then in 2000, I decided to go up to England.
Just hold that thought.
Yep.
Just hold that thought. Good evening to you, caller, your life. I'm sorry. Call back. I'm sorry about that. Bryan.
No, I'm listening. I'm a good listener, you know.
Rather good discussion that you're having.
Yeah.
And I like it, you know. I like the fact that we can have that type of discussion, and with that type of discussion, it really helps others to have a better understanding of. It really helps us to have a better understanding as to how life itself can be. You heard what he said. He wasn't going to sacrifice his family time and go out there and study because of the experience that he saw of others.
Very, very important. Every man has to make his decision. He knows, he pray about it. And then he realized, well, that's the path for him. So he went for it.
And you see the importance of the Lakou. You know, where you came from, what it can help you to do for the future. And from what I gather from Clayton is that the yard built him, prepared him to take charge of things around him, because as he said that he never found himself making tobacco, he never found himself getting to school and having to be rebellious. Even at one time he got 12 demerits, but 12 demerits he said.
Yeah. But you must remember, within the whole cultural norms of the Lakou, there was high level of discipline, you know.
Yes.
Your mother would take care of your business if you decide to make tobacco.
Yeah.
I mean, his father and the mother were very strict people. I mean, I know them. You couldn't just do what you want.
Someone's on the telephone. Good evening to the caller. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yes.
There's a difference between dream and vision. What
is that?
What you vision, you didn't dream. Dream is thing that happened already, but when you vision, you think it have to happen. So dream is the past, but vision is the present.
Okay.
You understand that?
Yeah. All right. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So vision is the present, according to, and dream is the past, according to the caller. So now, Clayton, you decided that you were not going to leave your family. Then you get the opportunity, England. what you decided?
All right. Now, so after obtaining the first degree from University of Technology, as a Bachelor of Pharmacy degree, there was a great need to move on. And so that was from 98. And I decided, look, I want to go to England for two things. To do a master's and to get a hold of my father, to see my father for myself. Because I'd never seen his face, never seen a picture of him. And 1999, I applied, I got accepted, but I didn't get the finance from government. And in 2000, I got the acceptance again, and I decided by the hook or the crook, I'm going. I asked for us. No, Rosie Douglas had just come into power. And listen, Rosie was a big mentor to me. I believed firmly in my head that Rosie was going to change Dominica for the best. I firmly believed that. And I decided that I'd want to get a scholarship to go to UK. I needed about $67,000 EC, for about 15,000 pounds to get that to study up there. And couldn't get through. I remember speaking to the former minister from way down north. What's his name again?
It's from where? From
Winoff.
Winoff. You're talking about Reggie.
Reggie, yeah.
Yes.
And he told me that government doesn't have money. I tried to meet Rosie, but Rosie was always on the go. I couldn't meet him. And I applied to Aid Bank. I got $10,000 to go up, but I needed $67,000. And I prayed to God. I told God, look, I need to go to England, but I don't have enough money to go. So I went up. I remember coming from ministry, and I'm coming down, and they're praying. I'm asking, Lord, where can I go again? I think I did the same day that I got a no from Reggie. So as I came down from the ministry, I met my colleague. What's his name again? I mentioned him earlier on. And he told me, look, he can assist me, he can facilitate the process for me. Not that I'm going to get his money, but he can facilitate a process for me so that he can give me a document so that I can go up to England. I got a document from him, and I went up to England to study on 10,000 EC dollars, and I need $67,000. I began, to make a long story short, I began the program, and I had to write a letter of a promissory note indicating how much I'm going to pay every month to close up my tuition. In any case, it was difficult for me, obviously. I met my father. He gave me some money. That was about another $10,000, right? And but I still needed about $40-something thousand. And to make a long story short, it was difficult financially. However, God brought me through. At that time in England, I went to the University of Bradford. And at that time in England, or at least in Bradford, I could based on my lifestyle, I could spend £20 a month for my expenses. In terms of living, when I say living expenses, in terms of travel, in terms of eating, drinking, and so on, food-wise. And so I was very conservative where that is concerned. And I'm a vegetarian, right? And it so happened that I could not pay my tuition fees, and God allowed me to sit my final exams. I came down, I did my dissertation, I sent it up to them electronically, and When I came back, when I returned here, I went to government and listen, there are some people in the government service who lies to you to your face. Either because they just don't want to help you plain, or you are not their type, or whatever the case may be. I got the information from a good friend of mine, church member at that government had just received $500,000 from Taiwan. So that person who told me that they do not have is lying to me. So I went down to the Minister of Finance, who was he has that agricultural place.
Ambrose George.
I told him, look, the person I spoke to at the ministry, they are lying to me to my face. And I told him that I know you all have money there, and I need to close up my fees so that I can get my certificate. And he just laughed, pulled back his chair, and told me, okay, write him a letter. I wrote him a letter. The same morning, and about 2 months after that, I got a letter stating from the government that my fees have been paid. All my fees have been paid.
Wow, all?
About $40,000.
Wow.
Now, interestingly, remember I told you I had a lot of faith in Ambrose George. Not Ambrose George, in Rosie Douglas, that he would change Dominica around. When I arrived in England on Friday afternoon, Sunday Rosie died. A friend of mine called me from England, and told me that, did you hear your Prime Minister died? I said, no, and that's impossible, he can't die. Because Rosie is the person to change Dominica, we can die.
Yes.
And I tried calling Dominica, I tried calling home, and I just couldn't get through. Because the lines were blocked, basically. Until Tuesday morning, I'm looking at the computer at class, and I'm seeing that Rosie actually died. I cried. And that taught me a lesson. Do not put your confidence in man, because man has significant limitations. Put your confidence in God. And Bradford, University of Bradford, my time spent there was a God thing. He brought me through it. And I've done extensive travels. I've returned. I've gone back to England again to study. And Yolanda, my wife, has been there as a pillar keeping the family together. Is a pillar keeping the family together.
That tells me, in reference to the Lakou, the yard,
Yep.
how much the yard has been able to really help us to become stronger individuals. Yep. Because some of the experiences that you spoke of earlier on, upon reflection, you can say it was a preparation for you to go to England.
And one of the things that parents need to be careful as to what they tell their children. Because I remember my mother telling me clearly, Clayton, learn to cook and wash and iron so that when you go to university to study, you will not have to pay anybody to do it. And I just knew that I had to go to study. I knew that I had to. And I remember when I reached in Barbados in '82, I was together with a friend of mine, what's his name? Walter Jones. He did medical lab technology, and I was doing pharmacy, and we lived in the same apartment for the complete 2 years. And so this lady who lived opposite us, Bajan, came to us and asked us, well, I remember she coming to me. I remember she spoke to Walter. If she can wash our clothes and iron our clothes for us. I just remembered what my mother told me. And I could do that for myself, so I never had to pay anybody to do those things for me. Yeah.
No, any regrets of where you started to where you are now? Any regrets?
Regrets? To tell you the truth, sincerely, I've enjoyed every phase of my life. My 70s, in McIntyre Lane. Go to school, SMA, football, cricket, sixth form college, tertiary education. I don't have any regrets. And I said the most important decision I made was when I became a Seventh Adventist.
No, you were former hospital service coordinator. What's that?
Yep. That is another story by itself. Well, before that, it is leading up to that. And so I came down from England with a master's in pharmaceutical services and medicines control. And I did not get the government service is a funny system where you can only be paid a decent salary based on the position that you have, not your qualification.
I know when I was growing up in the good old days, they used to say that they used to pay you for your qualification.
Not the government service. It's based on the position that you're at. So I was a pharmacist and a senior pharmacist and having a master's, and the basic requirement, a prerequisite.
You want to hold that for a while?
Yeah. Okay.
Good evening to you, caller. Your live. Good evening, caller.
Yes, good evening, Cecil. I just wanted to call to commend Clayton. Clayton and myself and my brother kind of run through the same circles here. That's Joel, obviously. He went to St. Mary's Academy, unfortunately, not Dominica Grammar School. That's the only problem I have with him. But it's a testament.
But you're not easy now, guys.
Yeah. It's a testament to where you come from, where you start off, does not really define you. But it's what you want to accomplish, and having a few angels in your circle can help you climb the tallest of mountains, Mount Everest. So seeing him mushroom for life and being where he's at today, that's a good thing.
And you're very happy about the fact that he has gone through the struggles and today can give testimony of what he has gone through.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's a wonderful thing.
Yes.
And whether he knows it or not, but just he's sharing what he's sharing now says to others who are in similar situations or even worse situations than he came from and I came from, that you know what, if Clayton can do it, there's hope. I can do it too. And if he can make a difference in one child's life, that's a blessing, and that's a lot. So
yeah,
I just wanted to say that.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
That's making one change in one child's life. That makes a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Thanks, Jolo.
Yeah.
So I'm back home as a senior pharmacist, and the prerequisite just for senior pharmacists, just to be a pharmacist in Dominica, is just a certificate in pharmacy. You didn't really need a degree or a master's. So about 2005, I'm becoming to get not disturbed, but uneasy, because I need to continue. I need to apply what I learned. And when I looked at this system within the pharmacy structure, I saw that we had a chief pharmacist who was still almost my age, a little older than me, but almost my age. So there was actually no opportunity, no upward mobility for me within the pharmacy. So I took it to God. I told God, look, I need to move out of pharmacy to get into whatever field so that I can move up. I prayed to him about it. And during that period of time, I digitalized part of the processes in pharmacy. So all our ordering, I set up systems for that, electronic systems for that, which is still functioning. So that's 2005 to now, that's 18 years now, still functioning. And so I prayed to God about it, and voila, in 2000, and that is about 4 years later, somebody from the from the Ministry of Health called me and indicated to me that I think it was Dr. Ricketts, Shillingford Ricketts, told me that there was a committee looking at the hospital, of the functioning of the hospital, and they needed to have a quality department. And they have chosen me to go to Trinidad and Tobago to look at the quality department in Trinidad. So I did that for 2 weeks and traveled throughout Trinidad looking at under the Directorate of Quality in Trinidad. And I came back and began the process of developing the quality department in hospital. Quality department basically is supposed to be looking at reduction or elimination of risks that are within the hospital, and seeking to establish a culture of risk management, where when things go wrong, you have a team who can look at what went wrong, not necessarily who went wrong, and put systems in place whereby you can prevent or eliminate the possibility of risk, reduce risk or eliminate that risk. And so I began that process. And while there, one day I was at Whitchurch. I was going to buy a lunch at Whitchurch. And somebody, well, I can name the person, Nurse Shirley Augustine, spoke to me and mentioned to me of the possibility. Well, she saw me as an individual who can become the hospital services coordinator, because Marvelyn Birmingham was in the process of retiring. And she mentioned to me that she did a program, a master's in, I remember what it was, but at the University of Leeds in the UK, and that there is a hospital master, MA, Master of Arts in Hospital Management at the University of Leeds. Apply. So I applied, I got accepted. I didn't get the funding in 2009 from government, so I applied again. And it so happened that Shirley Augustine, the same Shirley Augustine, was the PAHO representative for Dominica. And so we liaised, and she assisted in facilitating me getting that fellowship from the Pan American Health Organization, which cost about 103,000 EC dollars. So I went up to the University of Leeds to do hospital management and MA, and returned. And subsequent to that, whenever the hospital service coordinator would go on leave, I was asked to fill that position. So in that 2014, I became the hospital service coordinator. So a direct answer from God. I had an issue, I spoke to God, I need to move out of pharmacy into another field so that I can move up.
But did that allow you to ignore your first love?
Pharmacy? Mm-hmm. No, not at all. Because I still continued working along with the pharmacy department and encouraging pharmacists to move on into higher academic areas. And no, it has, and in fact, I still continued lecturing, because since 1987, directly after my pharmacy program, I began lecturing nurses in pharmacology. So I was a lecturer at the nursing school since 1984, 87 until, in fact, just 2 years ago, I was still teaching at the Dominica State College, where nursing pharmacology was concerned. So, so pharmacy has been one of my main or significant professional areas. And right now I am the pharmacy coordinator, the pharmacy program coordinator at the Dominica State College since 2019 when I retired from government service.
Now, we have said all of this, again, leisure time, music. How much of music that you took in to help you to relax your mind so that you can help you to relax your mind and also to allow you to reach where you want to reach, because music has a way of really helping us to build.
Music is a gift of God, from God. And when I became a Seventh-day Adventist, and my wife and myself at home, we'll be having our worship services, and every Friday night, other Adventist members in the community would come we'll go to different homes to worship, and there's always music. And Tyson Johnson, in fact, my wife had a group, and Tyson Johnson was part of the group, and Tyson Johnson was one of the best classical guitarists in Dominica. And Glenn Joseph also picked up another natural, your whatever it is to you.
My brother.
Right. And so we had that group there, and I had a limitation. I could not sing. And and what I told God, look, I need to be able to get into music. I can't be just there, not being able to sing, not being able to play an instrument, and we're having worship services, whatever. And I told God I need to get that music. So I began music with Mr. Christian, a Christian musical school, the fundamentals of music and guitar. So I took up the guitar, and later on, so I just did theory. And
just hold it a while, please. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, tell the caller, music is the harmony of the soul, and not only a gift of God, it's the harmony of the soul.
Right.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Right, so it's harmony of the soul, definitely. And then I went on to, so there was no vocal for me. I didn't have any vocal classes where Mr. Christian Musical School is concerned. So then I switched now to saxophone. And so I started it off with Lang Sorrento, that is Mr. Rupert Sorrento's wife. And she discovered that I had a problem, because she would play a note on the piano, and she's asking me to repeat that note verbally for my vocal cords, and I could not do it. All how she's trying all kind of notes, and I'm giving the wrong note. And she finally told me that I am stone deaf. Tone deaf. However, if she played the note on the piano, I could perfectly produce it with the saxophone. But I could not produce it with those vocal cords. And subsequently, as the years went by, I think my wife told me I can sing better now. And the other problem in that, and again, what I realize is people who can sing, it is easier for them to be able to pick up an instrument and play. Because there are guys who, they are friends of mine, who have not done any fundamental theories of music. But they can sing. They pick up the guitar and they can play and sing in key, no problem. I remember Glenn Joseph and I, we played a number of pieces from church and crusades and whatever. And even while practicing, he realized that, well, I myself had realized that I had a problem in changing, not the key, but to pick up the continue of the music as it's supposed to be played. And but however, as time went by, I perfected it to the extent that right now I can just pick up a saxophone and whatever music is playing, I can be able to pick it up. Yeah.
And
But
go ahead.
and I have two of my which I've looked up to and I've admired where classical music is concerned, is Mozart and Beethoven. And I think Beethoven was deaf, but he could write music perfectly for all sorts of instruments. And when they played it for the first time, it was perfectly, everything was in harmony. But despite his limitation of being deaf. And I remember when I continued, I reached up to grade 5 in theories of music. And in grade 5, that's where you begin to do compositions. You compose your own music. And I had a hard time in getting it. And probably because I couldn't sing, but I just couldn't get it. And I gave up theory of music at that point in time. So I've not gone on to grade 6 and grade 8 and so on. However, as the years went by at church, there was always at least 2 or 3 persons who could play instruments. So I pulled them together, and over the years we have had a number of orchestral groups. We have saxophone, clarinet, flute, and the like. And to the extent that I began writing music for them. Right? I began not composing, but giving them parts for their various instruments so that they can be able to harmonize and so on. So God has blessed me in that line that where I was tone deaf and I could not be able to compose, but now over the years things has changed and I give him all the glory for that.
And now a member of the government band.
Yeah, in fact, I never saw every Christmas I would go down to the ministry building downstairs and watching Music Lovers, and I never saw myself there. But when I began playing the saxophone, Miss Later, Peter Later's mother, present band member, leader, told me that she think I should come to the Music Lover, become a member. And Mr. Kazimi accepted, and so I'm here since about 88 to now, 12 and 20, 45 years or so, yeah.
The church is also part of the other subset of the yard.
Yes,
So this church would have given you that opportunity.
Oh, yes.
To get that something that maybe that you were lacking didn't get it at St. Mary's Academy, didn't get it in McIntyre, but the church itself was able to harness that additional talent that you thought that you never had.
Yep.
That's important, that we have to understand the work of the church, because we have seen the church help so many different singers around the world.
Yeah.
Whitney Houston came from the church.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Michael Jackson came from the church. So the church has really helped quite a number of people. So what would you want to tell young people who are involved in praise and worship and they're not playing an instrument? Would you want to say to them?
Yeah, the thing is, as a young person, and that's what I've done over the years, is get involved in stuff, as many activities that you can possibly put your hand on it. Because these days I'm hearing this present generation saying that I'm bored, right? And personally, I've never had a bored or dull moment in my life, because of the fact that I've always had something doing. And so, and what I've realized is, when you have a talent, a skill, you may have deficiencies or limitations in other areas, but somehow that skill or that talent you have allow people to see you in a different light and elevate you to a certain extent. And even individuals who may have low self-esteem, get a skill, play a musical instrument. Because whenever you are adept at playing a musical instrument, there are some people who it amazes them. How is it that he can be able to read those little dots and stuff, right? And a lot of people wish they could do that. And as a result of that, they put you in a higher level. And you begin to realize that people don't talk those negative things that they used to talk to you about before. And it elevates you, and your self-esteem develops. And you become more positive. And you become more confident about yourself.
Your brother says, "Hi, Cecil, greetings. Let Clayton, our big brother, know that Herminus and myself, Danny, are here on McIntyre Lane listening.
Okay.
Our mom and the entire family have always been proud of his achievements, and he has served as an inspiration to us to be better. Good program, good vibes." That's your brother Danny.
Yep. All right, Daniel, thank you very much.
And when I read that, I got goosebumps from Danny.
Yeah. Himself, he has been moving on academically, and that's good, man. That's good. That's good.
And don't forget, he was my student.
Danny?
Okay.
Danny Reed?
He was my student, and also his brother Herminus.
Okay.
So I've taught his wife, and I've taught his brothers.
Interestingly, Danny himself has come a long way. Because remember earlier on I mentioned that there was a crazy lady who came into our yard behind her boyfriend, and she cut my mother's hand. Actually, when she came into the yard, the guy went into the yard and he passed on the other side. But then Daniel, now my brother, as a little baby, a toddler, he was in the yard, and they took a cutlass and he was about to cut him. And my mother just saw that she came from wherever, and she just laid herself on him, and the lady cut her hand, right? And so my mother, she may her soul rest in peace, but she has done a lot for us. She has been there for us with her, with his father, my stepfather, and I never felt, although he was not my father, I never felt that he was not my father. Not at any point in time I felt that he was not my father, but I knew I had to go and look for my father.
No. Someone asked me to ask you, what was your experience emotionally meeting your father for the first time?
So he was working on the train on the train system in London. So about a week after I came and went into England, I left Bradford, took the train and came down, and he told me where to meet him, and it's like I knew him. And we hugged and stuff. We spoke, and I spent for the year I was in Bradford, I spent probably 3 or so weekends with him and the family. So there's a sister of mine, that's the only sister I have through him, and there's another brother, Trevor, in St. Croix, which I got to know somewhere about 2012. When we met, he came down here and we met with each other and stuff. And it has been a good experience. It has been a good experience.
How would you have known? Because along the interview you said that you only knew your father was in England.
Yeah.
And you have never seen him, you never spoke with him. But how would you have known the address to get hold of him?
Oh, no, that's easy. The thing is, even before that, every Christmas though, he would send £5 for me. We used to write each other basically, but I'd never seen a picture of him. So he sent £5 to me Christmas time. I'd buy my little toy car, buy caps and water gun and whatever, Christmas time. And he always called me my dearest son. I'm his first, and my mother first. And so there was always a longing to meet him. And when I finally did meet him, it was like, no, it was not. It wasn't like a big thing out of this world in terms of experience. It was like a natural meeting of an individual. It was like I knew him. It was like I knew him.
No tears, nothing.
No tears. No, I don't cry easily like that. No, man. Tears. There are certain things that make me cry, but no, not that. No.
Adams.
Well, quite an experience to be able to meet your father after so many years and connect.
At 40 years, At 40 years,
and connect.
Yeah.
That's good. I mean, it shows the kind of relationship that exists, even if it's not in person, but by communicating.
No, I know your brothers, Johnny and Herminus and all the others themselves took the academic way too, but also very much involved in sports.
Yeah.
How did this happen, really?
Well, Herminus, I literally took Herminus as a baby, as small as possible. Once he could walk, I had him on the savannah in Lindo Park, playing football with him. And I said he got his name. I named him. His actual name, he was supposed to be the last there, but Mackenzie came in after. So he was named. His actual name is Alfred, which is his father's name, Alfred Reed. But then my mother accepted to name him Herminus also. So it's Alfred Herminus Reed, basically. Yeah. So I gave him the skills that I had, and then he developed it. On his own, he increased whatever skills he had, and he could dribble good. Yeah, and I remember every time he played, he would be scoring goals.
Yeah.
I'll hear his name on the radio every time.
Every quick
time.
runner. He could kick well.
Yeah, dribble
very
well.
good balance of the ball.
Yeah,
I used to love seeing him play.
Yeah.
When he used to play for grammar school, he used to be a real good soccer player. I used to really like to see him play.
So that teaches us a lesson in that. We can infuse what we have into our children and our brothers and sisters, right? And help them in that line. Because, for example, my children, Kimberly and Kevin, as I told you earlier, my love is chemistry and sciences. I gave them that, right? To the extent that right now, Kimberly is a medical doctor in...
Just hold that thought. Good evening.
You must remember Herminus was the most sporting family.
Oh yes.
The Reeds.
That's the other one.
Yeah.
Philip Reed, Alec Reed. Yes.
Thanks.
Yes. Because imagine on the Dominica.
Thanks.
Yep.
Dominica cricket and football, I think there was Philip Reed, Alec Reed, Joseph Reed,
Yes.
Three of them, the Reed brothers.
Yeah.
Let's go to the telephone
on
quickly.
The Dominican national, one from same father.
Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, Clayton.
Yep.
And Cecil and Bryan.
Good evening.
I didn't realize that we have so much in common.
What is that commonality?
Well, with Clayton, Clayton.
Oh, Darius, that's Darius.
Hey, I not to call my name.
Everybody knows that. You're Big A,
Darius.
Stammering.
Hey, this man Big A.
You're stammering, man.
Stammering. So who doesn't know that?
My language is always in motion.
And he's a doctor. Let's give him his Dr. Darius.
Dr. Darius.
Yeah, but Clayton, because I think it's an important thing you mentioned. Well, you didn't emphasize it. Is that importance of that your father stayed in touch with your life even though he was absent?
Yes.
It was the same thing with me.
Okay.
My father left Dominica when I was 9 months old.
Yeah.
But every month, we kept in touch. We wrote back and forth. I still remember his address in England.
Yeah.
I first met him when I was 21 years old when he came down for independence.
Okay.
The first time I'd seen the man, and like you, I didn't cry because I didn't know what to say. I'd never used the word daddy in my life.
I call him daddy, I call him daddy.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I call him daddy.
I didn't call mine daddy.
Yeah.
And then we also have this commonality.
I had this love for science and math, which I passed to my daughter.
Right.
My daughter is also in med school right now.
Right.
Yeah, but I think it's important the fact that even when a father is absent, that he must still continue to
Be in
keep in
touch.
touch with his
And also too, you forgot the other one that you all have in terms of the religious belief that you all have. That you all are both Adventists.
Yeah, well, we are both Adventists and we are both musicians as well.
Oh, yeah.
I also play the guitar.
Touch your guitar and can sing.
Both Adventists, yeah.
That one of the things about the Seventh Adventist Church.
Thanks, Darius.
Thanks, Darius. Dr. Darius.
It stimulates your personal development into the various areas of leadership, music, lifestyle, and so on. Yeah, healthy like living. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. If it's one thing that I know about the Adventists in terms of healthy living, that they actually advise you to live healthy.
Right.
I remember as a boy growing up, that they would say to you, "Don't eat meat."
Right.
And like you, I have not eaten meat way back in 1980.
Even before me.
Yeah,
all right,
way
all
back
right.
in 1980.
Right.
Never eaten any meat at
Right.
all.
And fish.
I eat fish.
Oh, I don't eat fish.
I eat fish. And I'm seeing the blessings out of that. I've seen the blessings out of that.
No, imagine that, right? As you mentioned this, I remember when I got convinced that I should stop animal products. In fact, even before that, it began with the 70s, with the dreads.
That's where my own began.
Right, it began there. So in the 70s, and I have to talk about, I was working by Maricam throughout SMA. I'll come to that. Now, so in the 70s, there was a dread philosophies and so on. And I wanted to put locks, but I felt it would keep me back. Because I told you earlier on, education was my goal to get out of poverty, and I did not want anything to keep me back. Women, locks, anything. So, however, in terms of reducing salt, in terms of stop using underarm spray. So since about 1978, I've never put underarm spray. What is the names? Those sprays and those aluminum containing stuff under my skin.
Uh-huh.
And so when I became a Seventh Adventist now, it just encouraged me into more healthy living.
No teen stuff?
No, well, limited amounts, very, very limited amounts. And so from 1983, so that's about 40 years now. 40 years I never eat meat and fish.
What was good about it, is that I remembered there was this people like, it's called a Sister Seraphine.
Yeah.
I think is the mother of Bryan
and Disciple Cecil.
And Disciple Cecil. And also Peter's wife.
Peter, yeah, Tiny and Bryan.
Bryan, right. And there's another lady called Sister Watty.
Yes.
And another guy called Brother Bellot.
Right.
They were the ones advocating, and even Darius' mother.
Right.
Darius' mother, Sister Chokard.
Right. Well, when I came in, they were gone already.
Yeah, so these people were very much influential to the young people that were around them in terms of staying away from meat. But the whole idea of thin stuff was because of the whole dread business.
Right.
My brother was a Rasta, Jotek, so
Okay, right,
so
right.
They were actually implementing this type of things in our head. So I've never eaten thin stuff since way back in the 70s.
Right.
So I do not know what corned beef is tasting like. I do not know what luncheon meat is tasting like. Those things there.
So one of the things that I asked God to do for me is to basically make me an example where vegetarianism is concerned, because around that time in the late 70s, 80s, there were individuals who were vegetarians, and in their physique, it was not the best to look at, basically. So I told God, look, we are going to do that together, and I want to be able to go through that lifestyle without having a desire for it. So since I began as a vegetarian, I've never had a desire for fish and meat. Never, never, ever.
And you know, people sometimes deny you. I tell people I don't have no desire for meat.
Yeah, there's no desire for that.
And what I find is so beautiful about that is sometimes you tell people that you don't eat meat, or even if you don't tell them you don't eat meat, and you get a piece of meat in your food, immediately the food feels different. Immediately.
I will eat it.
Yeah, I will eat it.
So you can eat the gravy, drink the gravy.
And that's what I'm trying to tell people.
Yeah.
I tell people
the human body doesn't need meat and fish.
I'm telling you. So recently someone gave me a meal and they tell me, oh, they'll take out the chicken. I say, take out the chicken.
Yeah.
But everything is contaminated for me.
Exactly.
I can't have it. If I do, my whole body, will not live up to it. So I understand what you're saying. But Clayton, it was really nice having you. So quick.
Yeah,
hours can fly.
Yeah.
2 hours and a half already is gone.
Yeah.
And I just want you to give us your closing remarks.
Can you give me 1 second?
Yes, yeah, okay. I'll give you a 1 second and then come back to us. Let me just in the meantime play some music. Let me see if I can go back to Kyla, our theme song.
Est-ce que juger comment la vie Santé anti-chalet, mi soleil qu'a levé, tant de mélodie, musique qu'a chanté. Santé anti-vent douce, lever marcher ni pied, santé liberté ni commencement la journée. Et voyons petit café, sorti un petit kaila, paraît pour commencer, fais un petit sourire pour commencement la journée. Commencement la journée. Chaque glow pour tes bras si doux, c'est les jardins à pallier la cour. Pour ce petit point, pas travail pour rien, non. Bon la vient pour laver, roulez au assis wash là, et après rester, ouvert au assis caïa, quitte yo chercher, fallait piler sont là pendant la journée.
As we are coming to the end of a beautiful program, speaking to Clayton Bryan, his last words. Clayton.
Yep. Yeah. I owe all what I've achieved in life to God. He has been my inspiration. He has seen me through some impossibilities. Can you imagine? There was a year that I was coming down from England, so it was vacation time, probably December time, 2000, and I passed through New York, and Mikey, Bryan Scotland, he must be, that's my wife's brother, one of them, and so he brought me to the airport the next morning, and somehow we were late, and when I reached where I was supposed to go into the plane, everybody had gone in already, and the plane was closed up. The doors were closed up. And the attendant told me that Mr. Bryan, we have been calling you on the intercom for the longest while. So I said, well, traffic in New York, and so I'm late. So she told me that the plane is all closed up and you can't go on the plane. Now I did not have enough. I did not have money to buy another ticket. And she told me that she's trying to see if she can get a flight for me to pass through Puerto Rico. Now my flight was destined from New York to Antigua, and my brother Kennedy was in Antigua because I asked him to buy a ticket for me and I'll refund him so that I can from Antigua to Dominica. So I must go on a plane to get out of New York. So I prayed to God and I told God, look, it's both of us here right now. God, you and I. So I'm talking to him like I'm talking to you. And we need to go home to Dominica today, this afternoon. I need to reach Dominica by about 5 o'clock. So I'm there in JFK, waiting and praying. So I'm done praying. And then in about 10 minutes or so, the telephone rings. And the lady answers the telephone. And while she's talking, she's watching me. And then she puts down the phone and she said, Mr. Bryan, you are the luckiest man in this world. So I said, why do you say that? And he told me that a hose ruptured in the plane. And they have to go to get that hose wherever. So get your bags and come onto the plane. That's answered prayer. And so God, and going through to Barbados, to Jamaica, and to England twice, that's all God. I didn't have those kind of monies though. So God can answer prayer. God is still in the answering of prayers business.
And he's still in the miracle business.
He's still in the miracle business. He still is. And students today, you can, as I've told individuals who I lecture from time to time, yeah, money is important in terms of moving ahead. But then you don't have to have the money to move on. Pray to God about it sincerely, passionately, and He will open up doors. All of my studies that I've done, scholarships. And the thing is, students need to be able to do the best that they can do at any point in time. So you're doing your CXC now, before it was GCE, doing your CXC level, CXC, do the best that you can do. Have a goal in your mind as to what you want to do in life.
I think someone's on the line to you. Let me hear the person. Good evening.
Let me tell you, man. Prayer bring you closer to the Father. You see? So when you pray because you know what you're praying for, and Jah right inside of you, so you answer your prayers. You know if you're guilty, if you're honest, if you're dishonest. So as long you pray sincerely, He will answer your prayers.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Okay? Thank you. That's correct.
All right.
Yeah.
And when what I've seen in my life is whatever I have in terms of information, I'm willing to share it free of charge most times. And so even at church, in terms of my background in health, well, even when I came from Barbados in 1984, they asked me to be the Adventist youth leader. And I was the Adventist youth leader for 10 years. And that's where Bryan Scotland, Derek Mann, David Mann, and Danny James, and Broads, and these guys, we used to go to camps, a lot of camps. I organized camps. And I think whenever you have an opportunity, whenever you are given an opportunity, as small as it is, take it. Because when I entered in church in 1980, they asked me to be a Sabbath school secretary. I accepted and I did my best. When I came back from studying, they asked me to be the Adventist youth leader.
Hold that thought. Good evening.
Hi, Mr. Joseph, good evening. Mr. Bryan, good evening. My name is Claire Royer Prosper. I don't know if you can remember me. You prayed for me in theater when I was going to have surgery many, many years ago. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
And may God continue to bless you. And congratulations for your success in life.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Prosper.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Okay, bye-bye. Have a good night.
Okay, then.
Before you continue, I disappointed that I have not heard the voice of Yolanda. I know she's listening.
Kimberly, call one of them.
I know Yolanda or Kimberly. They are Scotland's first. And the Scotlands, maybe that's a good reason.
The wife is listening attentively.
Because they would never stop.
The wife doesn't want to talk. I know she's listening.
Yolanda doesn't want to talk?
No, she's listening.
Kimberly can call her. Kimberly call
Dr. Kimberly, I'm sure. If Dr. Kim, I haven't seen Kimberly for a while.
Yeah, so she's in St. Lucia, and Kevin is in the United States, Texas. He's analytical chemist out there. Yeah. So I gave them the chemistry that I have.
Yes. So you're just giving us the conclusion of.
Right. So So young people and organizations need to give young people an opportunity to serve, to develop themselves, to develop their talents, give them the exposure. And that's what I did a lot when I was AY leader. So I would look around and see the young people and ask them to do a poem for me for the AY program, to do a song, to get some individuals, organize a skit. And at camps, you have so many different activities to do and stuff. And I know a number of these young people, they developed as a result of my involvement with them. And I became the master guide leader. And I remember we got, imagine when I was master guide leader, Tyson Johnson was doing our music activity for us. And that time we were involved with Taiwan, Dominica. And I got about 30 or so recorders from Taiwan. I ordered them from Taiwan for the master guides. And give young people the opportunity to develop themselves, and you never know where they can reach. A number of times people criticize the young people, but then sometimes we forget that we ourselves were there one time, and we did worse than them.
I like how you said that.
Because I mean, when I look at some of those of my higher generation, older than me, and some of the people who were in church, some of them died already and stuff because they were elderly. And they would criticize the young people because they did something wrong here and there. But then, when you look back at when you got information as to who they were and what they were doing and what were the results, they forget those things, right? So as adults, we need to be patient with young people and help them in their personal development.
I like that last statement you made. We have to be patient with the young people, because when we were ourselves young, we did almost the same or even worse than they did.
Serious.
With experience, we do not want them to find themselves there, but we have to allow them to make their mistakes. Mm-hmm. That's what I always tell my children. You must be allowed to make your mistake, but when you make a mistake, as a parent, you have to come back and really try to help them to better themselves.
One of my what God has blessed me with is I've traveled extensively through the pharmaceutical society. We used to have regional Caribbean Association of Pharmacists. We still have, they still have annual conferences throughout the Caribbean. So I did presentations in Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, and now sometimes when people want to go on a vacation, right? They think of United States of America. Now, for some reason, whatever reason, I'm not so interested in America. Now, when I went to do my first degree in the UK, a group of, we went to Geneva at the World Health Organization, and we spent about a whole week there as an attachment, visiting International Red Cross, United Nations, and the like. And then out of a group of about 40 class members, 8 of us decided to stay on and do an 8-day tour, 10-day tour in Europe, Rome, France, Madrid, Spain. And it was very interesting to the extent that after the Hurricane Maria, in 2018, I decided to take a vacation, and I asked my wife if she was in Trinidad by Mikey. Asked her if she would want to go to on a vacation to the Caribbean or to Europe. She told me Europe. So I planned that, and the thing is, people think that going to Europe may be very expensive, but it's not very expensive as compared to, well, not very expensive. If you want to go to Europe or to England or any place in Europe, pass through Guadeloupe or Martinique. Do not, if you're passing through Antigua or Barbados, or I'm not sure if St. Lucia are going to England, but it's very much more expensive. Take a boat, go to Guadeloupe or go to Martinique, and from Martinique you go to France, Paris, and from Paris you just pay £60, €60 to go to any other part in Europe. So from Dominica, my wife and I, we went to Martinique. We spent a few days there. Then we went off to Paris, and then from Paris we went to Barcelona. No, because I really wanted to look at Barcelona Stadium. And we went there, and I told my wife I had a meeting with Messi. So we went there, and obviously Messi, that was just a joke. So we went to Barcelona, spent a few days, then we went to Geneva, Switzerland, and then spent a couple of days there. Then we went to, where's the other place? The Netherlands. There's a Netherlands place. And went to England, spent a week there, and then came back down. And you'll be surprised the amount of money that was spent. And we paid for hotels in between. And so Europe is a good option for a vacation. Once it's planned properly, it's a very good option for a vacation instead of just America. So I really thank you for the opportunity to share my story.
Your experience.
And my experiences. In fact, last year I began writing my autobiography. And but there's so much in it to deal with. Someday to do.
Well, very nice discussion. At least we were able to hear from him, from his experience as a ghetto youth, being raised by his adopted father and of course his biological mother in the Goodwill area, and that's very good to see his legacy. But there is something I always like to leave people with, and I would like to leave that with him. It's called service. Now, very interesting. It's taken from the Nelson West Indian Reader, Book 4.
What page? I have
page 246, my brother. You have your copy?
Yes, I have.
I hope you're keeping it close to you.
Yes, very close.
You must go to Jay's if you don't have it.
Another guy came to my home and asked me to borrow. I said,
no,
there's a compilation. Go to Jay's.
Go to Jay's and buy it. And this is one of the very interesting parts, page 246, and it's called service. I expect to pass through this world but once. Any good work, therefore, any kindness or any service I can render to any soul or man or animal, let me do it now. Let me not neglect or defer it, for I shall never pass this way again. So whatever he has done, very interestingly, because you have to do it now. Don't leave it for tomorrow, because you can only journey this life but once.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Clayton. And I know by the morning, a number of persons will tell you or will rate you in reference to your discussion, your conversation with us here tonight. For me, for sure, I enjoy the discussion. I enjoy the information that you're able to give to the general public, and the kind of encouragement that you give. Your brother summed it up well. You know that you are an inspiration, and continue to be an inspiration that you are not only for your family but for those who come across. And
just one more thing. There comes a time in life that you begin to ask yourself a question. And that's a question that comes from God. Where are you going? What are you going to do? What are you doing with your life? What are you doing? What you want to do in the future? And all of it, we need to answer that question positively. And it may necessitate you change it, because sometimes we have to unlearn some things that we have learned, either from the school we attended or the church we attended, right? And so we need to unlearn some things and be in harmony with what the Creator asks you to be in harmony with. Accept Him as your personal Savior.
Amen, brother. Amen, brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes. All right. As we come to the end of another beautiful program, just want to say to all the listeners, thank you for listening. As we conclude, myself, or I should say, Bryan and myself, will soon go into another realm of discussion. So just better stay tuned.
Senti un petit chalet, mi soleil qu'a levé, tant de mélodie, musique qui a chanté. Senti un petit vent douce, lever ma chaîne ni pied. Senti liberté ni commencement la journée. La journée. Voyez un petit prière pour l'amour et la paix. Merci pour la vie et voyez un petit café. Sorti un petit kaila, pareil pour commencer. Fais un petit sourire pour commencement la journée. Commencement la journée. Chaque glow pour tes bras si doux. Les jardins à balayer la cour. Pour ce petit point, pas travail pour rien, non. Fais ton la vie de cacoa. Yo travail yo, puis on tribo. Si y'a d'elle, si on vivre comme ça. Merci bon Dieu pour la journée. Portez tout had là, bon live pour laver. Roulez au assis wash là, et après rester. Ouvert au assis caillé. Yo chercher, fallait piler sont là pendant la journée. Qu'est-ce qui a changé? J'allais d'eau quand t'es bois assis d'eau. C'est que les jardins, balayer la cour. C'était quoi le pas travail pour aller? Jouer coco, petit glow. Allez, ça va, t'as couru, mon la cour. Petit yo souple, pour yo pas tomber. C'est comme il
Merci Dieu pour la journée à Tikaila. Last week, I missed you. John Loblack said that you deliberately didn't attend because you're both from Pottersville.
No, my apology to you, John. I was a little bit under the weather. And Rose's mom was not well, so I spent some time with Rose, you know.
You're a good man.
Yeah, you have to.
At your age, you're a very good man.
Right. You have to do your work, you know, Cecil.
Yes.
You cannot be negligent, you know. You have to understand that.
Some men, I know that they are more or less very mature.
No, man. It's good to be good.
It's good to be good.
You know, you can't survive alone. It's good to be a man,
you know.
It's good
to be a man. It's good to say I'm sorry.
Right.
It's good to say that forgive me.
Right.
It's good to say that I will not do it again.
There's nothing wrong in saying that.
Nothing wrong in saying that.
Nothing wrong in saying that.
I've heard young men stated, I will never tell a girl I'm sorry.
This is stupidness. Let me tell you something. If you punish a student in school and you know you're wrong as a teacher, you apologize to the student. If you are the leader in a school and you do something wrong to a teacher or even to the student, you have to learn to be apologetic. There's nothing wrong in that. If you chastise your child and you know you're wrong, there's nothing wrong in saying you're wrong.
What is so good about being in a relationship is to be able to apologize.
Right.
To be able to say, I am sorry.
Right.
To be able to say that I was wrong this time, I will not
do it. And you try to get it right.
Yes. You know,
right.
And many times as men, we expect the woman to say, I am sorry, but it takes so much from us.
Right.
Well, not when I say us, I'm not adding myself to that us.
Right.
I'm very quick to say I'm sorry.
Right. You have to apologize.
Yeah, you know.
That's important. Tonight, Cecil, I've been reading all the books that I grew up with in the Lakou, and there are many things we learned, and I would just like to tonight to spend a little time just reflecting upon it, because there's a tendency where we tend to forget. And Nelson West Indian Readers is a very good starting point where I grasped a lot of some of the knowledge I had from primary school. And, you know, I would like to share it with the Lakou tonight. So I hope they're listening and they will learn as well. And very, very important that we look at that. One of the first things I'm going to look at is I'm going to go to Asia, since we have a very good relationship with China. You know, ever since we established our relationship with China, quite a number of persons, Dominicans, have visited China. And we have to keep China always in focus, because it is a very fast-growing economy, and it's expected at some point in time China will be the number one economy in the world. And whether we like it or not, we cannot run away from China. China's influence is going all around the world now. And recently they had the conference here in Dominica as well. But let's just look at some great feature. Have you been to the Great Wall of China?
I've been there twice.
Well, let me tell you. The Great Wall is by far the biggest structure ever built by mankind. Let me just repeat that. The Great Wall is by far the biggest structure ever built by mankind. It was constructed in stages to protect China's northern frontiers from invaders in its heyday at the end of the Ming Dynasty, 17th century. It snakes 400 miles, 4,000 miles. 4,000 miles across northern China. That is the distance from London to Delhi in India. The Great Wall is 7.8 meters. It is 26 feet high in some places and range from 16 to 35 feet wide. So you can see that Great Wall of China. When you go to China and you said you have been there, how did you find it, Cecil?
You're talking about the Great Wall of China?
Yeah, how did you find the Great Wall?
Boy, how can I explain the Great Wall of China? It's just for me an experience. I've been there twice. It was really an experience to walk the Great Wall of China. I remember the very first time I did it. I told myself that I read of the Great Wall of China in books many, many years. And even when I get to China for the very first time, I was not of the belief that I would ever visit China. We know that it was called Red China, and so we felt that it was a close-up place, and so we wouldn't have gotten the opportunity to visit China. But when I visited the Great Wall of China, walking, it's a very huge space in terms of walking, and the thousands and tens of thousands of people in any given day, or hundreds of thousands in any given day, visiting that Wall of China. It's just amazing.
Very interesting. Then there's another place I'd like to go to about China. The Forbidden City, China, is surrounded by a moat and a high wall. The Forbidden City in the center of Beijing was the home of Chinese emperor for nearly 500 years. From 1420 to 1911, no one could enter or leave the palace without the emperor's permission. It was carefully designed to show off imperial power as well as philosophical beliefs. There are hundreds of temples, gates, and ceremonial halls, decorated with carved dragons and topped with tile roofs. The Forbidden City is another very important landmark in China. And all that you can get, of course, when you read those books that we studied many, many years ago in primary school in the Lakou. Now let me just look at another important place in China, the Portola Palace, China. It's clinging to a rock high above the valley floor in Lasha is the Portal Palace. The massive structure-like building was once the main home of the Dalai Lama, the spiritual leader of Tibetan Buddhists. It is now a museum. The Portal Palace was built in 1645 and has more than 1,000 rooms. There are also many thousands of religious shrines and statues and other artworks there. So that's a very, very important area. Whenever you visit China, you can always visit those landmarks. And these are very important things. Then there's another important thing I learned as well, which I would like to just share with them. And Marco Polo, have you ever heard of that guy?
We used to say Marco Polo of China. Marco Polo in China.
Well, Cecil, in 1271, 17-year-old Marco Polo traveled over 7,400 kilometers. That's over 4,000 miles with his father and uncle from his native city of Venice in Italy along the Silk Road to China. It took 4 years for them to complete the journey, arriving in China in 1275. Now that's a very important road. And right now, commerce is beginning to take off along that road. That Silk Road. Pay attention to that, especially with the war between Ukraine and Russia. A lot of trade now, Russian trade is moving from Russia into China. And you're hearing about China, you're hearing about India, you're hearing about South Africa, Saudi Arabia, BRICS. Have you heard of BRICS?
Come on, yes.
But people must pay attention to BRICS because that is going to be a new economic bloc. And we have to be very careful because now these countries are talking about forming their own economic front with gold as one of the mainstay of their new currency, which would rival the American dollar. So that's very important. Let me just let you know the Silk Road was a route used by traders to travel between Europe and China so that they could swap silk and spices for silver and horses. They traveled on foot or by horse or camel. The route was dangerous not just because of the difficult terrain, but there were often robbers lying in wait to steal their goods. So that Silk Route is beginning to show itself again in trade between China, India, Pakistan, and the rest of Europe.
So basically, the Silk Road, even in ancient trade, used that route that linked the Western world with the Middle East and Asia. So
That is right.
Of great importance.
Yeah, very great importance.
And we have to understand, as you rightly said about the Ukraine-Russia war, where people are now leading themselves into the China market, the China's route. And as I told you, just made mention, and you just made mention of that, the fact that the Silk Road has been an ancient trade route, and by virtue of that, we are going to see that trade route again developing, and that is why the Chinese have been saying that soon they will be the leading trading bloc of the world, and they know why.
Well, of course they know why, and so they're looking at that. And with this new way of looking at economics and small island states and African countries and Arab countries, they're rethinking their modality of economics. And so people have to pay attention to that. So that is why when I look at my Nelson West Indian readers, as you said, we don't trade it off, because we when we look at it, we learned a lot of things from it. Now let me just move on to Marco Polo spent many years working in China for the Mongolian ruler Kublai Khan. While he was there, he learned to speak 4 languages and became very rich. By the time he left in 1295, he had traveled over 15,000 miles. The journey back to Venice took 2 years by sea. Of the 600 passengers and the crew that left China, the return voyage, only 18 were alive at the end of it. Now, here what happened is the book is called Mayoni. Marco Polo was captured in 1298 during a sea battle and spent time in prison. Whilst there, he told another prisoner about his travels, and these stories were made into a book called Million, which is known in English as The Travel of Marco Polo. And this book inspired future explorers such as Christopher Columbus. All that, you must get your Nelson West Indian readers and go back. And you learn a lot of things that, primary school was very rich, I don't understand what has happened to primary education. Because basically, when you went to primary school, you learned to speak good English or proper English, and you're motivated. So your primary school in our time in the Lakou was like going to the grammar school or the academy.
Oh yes, Bryan, the good point that you have made, because when we found ourselves going to primary school, we had 2 important books. One was the Student Companion,
Mm-hmm.
and the other one was our atlas, this green atlas, where
The Collins Atlas.
the Collins Atlas.
Mhm.
I was trying to pick my mind for the name. The Collins Atlas, and at the back of the atlas, you would have seen many things of the Caribbean. It would have said to you the capital of the countries of the Caribbean,
Mhm.
and also it would tell you of the import-export of those countries. So, for instance, we still will remember when we read the atlas, at the back, the mineral that was responsible for the development of Jamaica through its economy was bauxite.
Bauxite, yeah.
If you remember, and then they were told that bauxite had to be used for aluminum would be used to build planes and build bombs and all of these things that, well, not bombs meaning to fight, well, pots, I should
Yeah,
say.
pans, right.
Yeah, pans. And then you would hear Trinidad was oil.
Petroleum,
Crude oil.
Crude oil, of
That's
course.
what it was said, crude oil. In Guyana, it was gold. In the Windward Island of Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent Grenada, was bananas. And if we remember well, they would have said that St. Lucia was number 1, then Dominica, then you had St. Vincent, and then you had Grenada in terms of bananas.
Yeah.
Antigua, Barbados, St. Kitts, it was sugarcane. That's what we got from the student companion. They would give us the size of the countries of the Caribbean. They would give you, some of them would, I think, yes, we got the prime minister. So for instance, we would have known in our time, early days, that Jamaica prime minister would have been Michael Manley. In Barbados was Errol Barrow. That's how long it is. That was.
Yeah.
In Grenada, we had Eric Gary. In St. Lucia, we had
John Compton.
In St. Vincent, you had Milton Cato. In Dominica, you had Patrick John. Where did Antigua, you had Veerbird.
Veerbird, yeah.
In St. Kitts, you had Bradshaw. Or Roberts, which one?
Bradshaw.
So
we actually, growing up in primary school, our student companion was very important to us, because there's another thing I learned from it, and I want to share it with the listeners. The 7 ancient wonders, and people would ask, what are they? The 7 wonders of the ancient world were the architectural and artistic monuments considered to be perfected by the Greeks and the Romans. Most of the original ancient wonders no longer exist. Today, the Great Pyramid of Giza is the only wonder still standing. But here are the 7 wonders that the world has lost. Well, we still have the Great Pyramid of Giza, the most ancient and the only survivor of the original 7 wonders of the ancient world. The Great Pyramid of Giza, also called Pyramid of Khufu, is located near the city of Cairo in Egypt. Here the next one, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. You remember the Great Babylon. There is some doubt over the existence of these ancient wonders and no record of when it was built. However, it is thought that King Nebuchadnezzar, you remember that king in the Bible?
In the Bible, yes.
He was made to eat grass, I think. He built the gardens in Babylon flat desert landscape to please his wife. So you see the effects of women on kings and men. Then we have the temple of Artemis of Ephesus. The temple of Artemis was one of the most elegant buildings of ancient times, located in Turkey, 300 miles south of the city of Izmir. It was destroyed and rebuilt several times between 600 BC and AD 262. And let me give you another one, the statue of Zeus at Olympia. The colossal statue represented the Greek god of heaven, Zeus. It was created by a famous Greek sculptor called Phidias. It was destroyed during a fire which ravaged the temple in AD 462, and today only the stone ruins which were used for the construction of the temple remains. And the other one I would just like to mention briefly, did you see the movie The Colossus of Rhodes?
No. I'm not a movie freak.
Well, I saw that movie. Well, that statue, it took 12 years of hard work to build a bronze statue honoring the Greek sun god Helios. The statue, known as the Colossus of Rhodes, was built around 280 BC and could easily be seen by ships approaching the harbor. It was partially destroyed by an earthquake in 225 BC. But that statue was across the sea. And any ships that was passing through it during the movie showed you, they would rain down fire and stone from that high statue which traversed the both sides of the what I would call the harbor. So these are the things that students of my time and before me learned in our primary school. And I don't think that the students today have any knowledge of those.
Well, the sad thing about it, though, is that information is at the tip of the fingers, at the press of a button, that they can get these things. We had to read them through books. We'll have to go to the library, make our own research. We had nothing called copy and paste. We had to rewrite what we would have seen and allow ourselves to consume that information so that we can remember. So the learning process wasn't a cramming process.
No,
it was a process
you had to have your
know.
student company.
Yes, yeah.
And you would have to read through them, you'd have to remember them, and you'd have to study it. So in the Lakou, your school now, the setting was very strange, where you had your chalkboard on an easel, right? And then you'd have your blackboard or your chalkboard on the wall in most instances, or your blackboard would have two sides.
You see, today, today we're hearing the word easel like it's the first time. But when we went to school and we had to use that little easel, and some of the easel would have had this little pegs that you would learn to count in different colors. It was rather interesting to note that today we are seeing a different dimension as to what is meant by an easel. But we would have known that an easel is something almost like it's not the chalkboard, but it is I'm trying to get...
Well, actually, you had the peg, and the chalkboard.
Yes.
Would be sitting on it, what I would call a piece of board, basically.
Of board, yeah.
And you put that to rest on that. So your teacher would be standing there writing on that, and you would have to be following suit. And at the end of the day, you fold it and you put it away with the board on the side for the next day. Very interesting,
Yeah.
And not only that, within the classroom setting, you could see all the different classes.
Yeah. So for instance, when I went to school at the Roseau Mixed Infant School, that there were about 4 classes in A, which is the eastern side of the building. You would have had about 4 classes in the 4 ends of the lower part of the building.
That's right.
And there was nothing separating us. And you seldomly hear a teacher say, shut up, or too much noise. They would say that, but it's not like you would be disturbing another class, as, even when we went to middle class had, I think, again, another 4 classes in Miss Coffee class. Well, I should say not Miss Coffee, but the principal office, Miss Christian. There would have been some 3 classes. So our bringing up has been totally different from that of the present day. The present day we have, and that really sickens me, where the present day, when we went to standard 1, standard 2, standard 3, standard 4, even standard 5, where we are prepared for common entrance, we never carried all of the books I'm seeing today.
Right. But it's very interesting that you mentioned that, because one of the hallmarks of any primary school in my time, you had to be able to know your tables by heart. Those days, I go to the supermarket, and people are just using machines. Calculators is good, but very rarely can they use their brain. I saw a girl, in one of these supermarkets. I bought some items, and she had to be on the adding machine on the computer. They can hardly do computations.
And you're right. For instance, on a Monday, a Wednesday, and a Friday, from standard 2 up to standard 4, I remembered that we had to do our timetables from 2:30. Just before we went out, no, from 2:30, yes, no, Wednesday, so Friday wasn't in it. It was Monday and Wednesday. And sometimes the teacher based on the class, you do a Friday, but for half an hour before you go and do, because class would start at 1:30 in our time. And we would have to say 2 1s are 2, 2 2s are 4, 2 3s are 6, 3 are 8. And then we say 3 1s are 3, 3 2s are 6, 3 3s are 9, 3 4s are 12, 3 5s are 15, blah, 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 blah. 4 1s are 4, 4 2s are 8, 4 3s are 12, 4 4s are 16, 4 5s are 20, blah, 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 blah. 5 1s are 5, 5 2s are 10, 5 2 3s are 15, 5 4s are 20, 5 5s are 25, 5 6s are 30. And then we do all of the orders. So you go one time 11 is 11, one time
you go down.
Is 22.
But here is a situation which I find, and during mental arithmetic, which we did on a Friday morning, or maybe very early Friday morning, or penmanship first, and then we have our mental arithmetic. Hear this. I still remember it. My math teacher there was Mr. Jose John. He would say to me and to us, if 12 eggs, a dozen eggs costs $1.44, what is the cost of 5 eggs?
Right.
And guys, I'm asking you, go to those primary schools, go to their standard 3 or their standard 4, ask them to solve that problem for you.
So
mentally.
So if you have 12 eggs and it's costing $1.44,
if a dozen eggs costs $1.44,
so it means that one egg is $12. It's 12
cents, right?
12 cents.
So 5 12.
So 12 is 60.
Right, you can compute that.
That's I'd have to go to a calculator to tell me that. So it has to be 60 cents for 5 eggs.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, Cecil, could you try that with some of the students?
Boy, that's a deep breath.
Yeah, because computation is a problem in terms of their mental ability.
Even when we went to school in high school, as a matter of fact, and there was calculators, we could not have used the calculator in exam times. I mean, we had to literally cram sine and cosine, the formula for sine and cosine. We literally had to try to cram that. So when you're given a maths solution, a maths problem, and to solve it, you have to.
Well, here is what we did. We had a way. Socator.
Oh, yeah.
The sine is opposite.
Opposite, yes.
Times hypothesis.
Yes. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. You have good memory.
Then we had the cosine adjacent over hypothesis, and then the tangent opposite over adjacent. So we developed ways of doing it. Then we had another one, BODMAS, bracket of division, multiplication, addition and subtraction.
Even with I tell students, or I've said to many people, that to solve a maths problem there's 5 ways of solving it. So some people do division, and when they get the quotient, and sometimes they ask you, what is a quotient? And when you get the quotient, you have to tell them, well, when you get the quotient, you can also do the multiplication of that to find out if your answer is right.
But you see, the thing about it, I heard the minister saying after the grade 6 national assessment, students, some of them received 4 E's, 4 E's. What is that? I heard 4 E's, and she's asking some of the parents, please do not send the children to high school with 4 E's. But she's right. What are they going to do in high school with 4 E's?
I don't think the minister should tell the parents that. I think the ministry should take that authority. And if a child has gotten 4 E's, that he should not be accepted or should not find himself getting a placement. What should happen is that child, based on your age, you should go back again and repeat. Like in the good old days, when we were told that we failed, we had to go up to the age of 13, it was?
12, 13, yeah, 13.
12, 13.
Yeah.
We would have started at age 11 and would have had 2 chances.
But I don't think, basically, I don't believe, well, it is the way they think, but my thinking is a little bit different and a little bit controversial. You should not be in high school with 4 years. Remedy should take place at the primary level.
Primary level. Yeah, right away you should send you back
So,
to
so
the
you go back
Yeah.
and look at the areas of the weakness and you develop it, because especially with the child maybe 10 years.
I
4
think-
years, why are you going to send a child with
also
4
too,
years?
I think though too, some children take some time to develop. And the fact of having the exams like in the good old days, I like to use the word good old days, I don't know why, that they would allow you to sit your common entrance at the age of at 11. Now, for you to sit at 10, that means you would have to skip a class and you have to be extra smart to sit an exam school. At that time we call it CXC. Not CXC, sorry, we called it
The common entrance.
Common entrance. So to do the common entrance, you would have had to be 11 years, a little bit more mature, and we did it at standard 5. They do it in grade 6, which is almost the same thing. But it looks like we were much more prepared in those days. I do not know, because we had this 1 year additional of maturity over the present student. And I believe that they're not giving the students enough time to know their environment. It's, for me, just too much books. Children cannot analyze colors and numbers. And you said a while ago about a child not understanding if you have a dozen eggs being sold at $1.44, that they do not know the cost of one egg is just to divide.
Problem solving.
Yeah, just to divide.
But the thing about it, a little more time, but the students will have to spend reading like we did, practicing, as you heard him talk about practice. You heard him talk about the 5 P's, I think.
5 P's, yeah.
Right, in terms of practice and practice and practice and practice and practice until you get it right. And that is what I think that students need to do with their teachers.
But look at what was taught to us, Bryan. In our time, the focus was English, mathematics, social studies, civics. There was one more.
We had civics. We had social studies.
Maths.
We had our maths. We had our English. Yeah. Well, our English comprises several components.
Well, yes, physics. Phonics.
We had, for instance, we had our phonics. We had our grammar. We had all those things with the foundation that helped us to understand the mechanics of language.
Yeah, even so the when you hear English, it wasn't just coming on the board and to tell you about he, she, has. There are days that they will tell you he, she, has. Another day they will tell you that they'll give you the sound of the alphabet. They'll give you the sound of the vowels.
Well, there was a whole range of the mechanics of understanding the language, which is what we have to spend a little more time with. I also believe that we need also, in terms of restructuring, because I hear they talk about educational reform, I also believe in the skills.
You took that from my mouth. I was hoping that you were saying, I was going to give you the opportunity to say that. I think we are lacking that area, and that is way back from the 80s. I've realized that the skills, the vocational aspect of it has fallen apart. When I went to the Rosa Boys School, we had to do macrame, we had to do pottery, is that how they call it? Clay work.
Well, hold your thought. Well, my thought is racing on me. No. I went to a construction site. You have a caller. Take the caller.
Yes. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, sir. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm listening to you all, especially about the education part of your program. And I don't know, you guys seem to not want to mention the school living or the GSP programs that were existing.
No, we'll come to that.
We're coming to that, but we're coming to the technical and vocational program, the GSP. You know that was where I made my fame.
Cecil was talking about the vocational and the thing. So here's what. 20 something years ago, that's how we met it. We from school living, we transitioned into junior secondary program. All right. the junior secondary program took into consideration and it accepted, and it was meant for students who did not pass the common entrance at the required age period.
Yeah.
All right?
Yes, correct.
These children, some of them were late learners.
Mm-hmm.
And when these children went to JSP, they were using the same secondary school textbooks, because it's junior secondary program.
Mm-hmm.
When these children would have eventually done JSP and they went into the high schools, they would meet their contemporaries who left them at common entrance class in third form.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. And plenty of these students performed better at the end of the 5-year period than the children who passed common entrance. Because these children, their maturity time was allowed to blossom in JSP. What we did 20 years ago, 23 years ago, we destroyed that by, we want to send everybody child to high school. But JSP was never saying that your child could never go to high school.
But if all fairness, scholar though, if all fairness to the system that we have now, the remedial classes were always on the class. It was always spoken to, and that is why the school system.
Here's what. You see right away, you say the minister say not to send your child to school with 4 E's. That is where GSP would have been taking care of that child.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Mm-hmm. We destroy that. And now we harvesting the fruits of it. We see in the performance of our children.
No, but also
at common entrance.
No, but
we put that down. We put that down in the name of. If we put, listen to me. Put that down in the name of sending everybody child to high school. And it was never done before. It was a big hoopla. But here's what. Right now, you're sending children with 4 E's to secondary school with children who have 4 A's.
But would you agree with me, though, caller? Would you also hold on, caller? I'm listening.
You're having a discussion. You have to listen.
Would you also agree with me that we have seen much more or greater results of students in terms of the number of students who are doing much better than even in our period? So you're right when you said that in the good old days that we couldn't take all of the students, but here it is today that we still have students given the opportunity to go to high school. Every child is given the opportunity to go to high school, and we are seeing much more results in terms of a greater percentage of children doing better than what it was before.
I agree with you guys. Mm-hmm. Here's what, and listen to me.
Yes.
Listen to me. A greater percentage of children doing better doesn't necessarily mean that they are doing better, you know. And Mr. Bryan, you're an educator. I think you know what I'm talking about. All right? Because Mr. Bryan, you have children that still can't do mental arithmetic. You just finished telling me that.
Mm-hmm.
In our time too. In our time too. Caller.
I can remember during COVID time. Don't forget that part. It's not a discussion. Let me just give you all a side note. During COVID time, I went to a financial institution and people were entering with their mask below their nose. So when I went up to the young teller, I wrote a note in cursive. And I told her, ask the people to put their mask above their nose, because it don't make sense you have a mask over your mouth and you're breathing a virus through your nose. It don't make any sense. So I wrote a little note to her, and she took quite a while to read it. And I realized, I felt like she couldn't read, but then I said to myself, no, these children learn to write in block letters. So to her, reading cursive was difficult for her, and I'm not a person that does write like a crab. So I understood what you said when the cashier couldn't do the mental arithmetic. So here's what. Yes, a higher percentage of children are passing through the secondary school system now because you have more of them going to high school. So the percentage will already increase. Hold
on. We are not so sure what happened.
What I'm telling you, Mr. Joseph, is that during our time when we were going to school, we had less secondary schools. Not true?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we had less spaces available. So to say carte blanche, like now that everybody going, we have a higher percentage, that it means that it's bright, all of them get bright. No, that is not a fair statement to make. I can also say that we have a higher percentage because automatically, since we open the doors to everybody at that age, we will have a higher percentage. But here's what, my concern here in this discussion with you guys is, what about those who are falling through the cracks And that is where JSP was coming in.
All right, Colin.
I taught JSP for 4 years, and I saw children who were written off at common entrance as duns, and I taught them for 4 years, and they went to secondary schools, and them that passed common entrance, brother, they did better. That is my experience. So the best thing we can do for our children right now is to bring back JSP and stop sending children to secondary school and giving them remedial.
I don't think that's a proper assessment of what you're saying. Yeah, go ahead, Colin.
Go ahead, Colin. Wind up first.
What I'm telling you is that what JSP was doing is that it was allowing the secondary schools not to be embarrassed with children with 4Es. They would have been at their level in the JSP program where they could learn comfortably and they would learn a skill at the same time.
But would you agree with me? Would you agree with me that the percentage of students who did JSP was even smaller? Because not everybody who would have failed the common entrance got the opportunity to do JSP. It had to be a certain few that the school would have seen from after standard 5 doing well would have been given the opportunity to do JSP.
Well, let me rest your case.
I taught for 4 years between 89. As a matter of fact, I started at Bourgeois Boys School. 6 months. That was my initiation ground. And 4 years in another school.
Okay.
All right? So here's what. In my 4 years, I've never, ever seen or heard of any student being refused at JSP. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seen that or heard of that.
No,
Thank
but
you.
Okay,
Thank you.
I never said what I was saying that there are students, and we know that.
Go ahead, make your point.
That there were students who were not able to do JSP because they didn't have what it took for them to do the exams. Like how we saw common entrance done in those early days.
Well, one of the things, and I headed a JSP center, so I would know. I headed the Maho, when I was principal of Maho, I had the JSP, and that comprises of students from Massac, Cochrane, Campbell. We had them in Maho. Now, basically, what you do with the core subjects, you put the skills with that. I also had it when Steve Harrison was head of the TVET program at the Goodwill JSP, or what we call technical, the Goodwill Junior Secondary School. And we developed the JSP system, which is really focusing on the skills, which I find we need now. All right, we need to focus on the skills, because I went to a project in Portsmouth, a massive hotel, and the guy was taking me all around, and he said to me, I cannot find workers. They don't have the skills. And that's a massive project. That's the Lawrence Hotel in Portsmouth. That's the new hotel. And so I'm saying we need to rethink, and the Prime Minister himself has said so in terms of the way we restructure, because he lamented the fact that some students were writing all 13, 14 CXC, and the relevance of what they're studying, because we are thinking about a new society in terms of development, or new airport, or hotel construction, or hospitality industry. So we really have to restructure in terms of our JSP, or what I prefer to call trade schools or technical and vocational programs, where we'll begin to re-emphasize our woodwork, or metalwork, or electronics, or computer, or business, or home economics, tiling, plumbing. We need those, because we are finding very hard to get within our Dominican society. And I just don't believe in the straight secondary. I never really believed in it, because I could see the benefits of what he called the junior secondary program, and what we call at some technical and vocational programs, TVET. We need to rethink. And I think the minister, when I heard her mention the fact that students are with 4 E's, and I know some students are getting into secondary schools with 4 E's. It would take a lot of work, to remediation work, to really get them up to the level, because we can add to their frustration. So I think we need to rethink in terms of what do we do with those students with 4 E's.
Have we seen in the past students who have received 4 E's not entering high schools?
No. Once you attain your 4 E's, nothing stops you from entering. You've written the exam, and therefore you're entitled to go to secondary school. With your 4 E's, who can stop you? You have your 4 E's, you're entitled to go to secondary school. So especially if let's say you're 12 years.
If you have failed, you are in high school now and you have failed, what happens? Do you go to the other class, or do you repeat the class?
Well, there's a situation whereby you have to understand what the policy is on promotion. Should you double a child? What is it? Are you going to add more frustration to the child by keeping the child in first form for 2 years, 3 years? Are you going to frustrate the child? Is there something that I believe in the constructive view of education, and that's why I raised it up. That you have to begin to understand that the child comes with certain ideas of its own, and you have to develop those ideas. So it's a new thinking in terms of your ideas being implemented into the child. So the child comes with a certain level of knowledge, and you have to understand where the strengths and weaknesses. The child might be a very good artist, a good musician, a good athlete.
So it's not just academics.
It's not just academics.
Right. So that's important.
That's the important thing.
So but I think as you said, Bryan, that the system, the educational system now need to fast track.
Well, there's a
concept of the vocational aspect of education.
Mm-hmm. I was reading Game Crashing into the Unknown, and Mr. Christian was one of the best educators in Dominica. And he was saying in Hampstead, where he taught, that when he started his teaching, he taught students how to read, and he would use other students who had learned to read to teach other children. Some students can teach better than their own teacher. Some concepts they help you to let's say, for instance, a guy is good at long division, and his teacher might be taking how many days and months to teach you that concept, but a student can teach it to you. The guy who understands it, you can go to him and he could explain to you how it's being done, or long multiplication, whatever the problem is. So students can be very good teachers even in their own class with the other students. Have you ever experienced that?
Oh yes, quite a lot. When we went to high school, that happened quite a lot.
They understand the concept and they can explain it to you. That's where you have
in fact, the concept that they understand. Sometimes they create a shortcut
and they teach that shortcut to you.
Right. Yeah.
So we can use other students to help other students who are weak. So it's a total rethinking. But I think we now need to have our technical and vocational programs, especially in terms of thrust towards economic development, and in terms of not only bringing people from the outside.
But what do you say about children who are in grade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? What do you say about those students who have to carry so many different books to school on a given day? Today, as I said earlier on, when I went to school, it was no more than about 5 subjects, and they were considered all 5 as core subjects. Today, that you have a child in primary school, for instance, in English, he has around 6 books for English. Just, I'm saying, how do we help to manage that situation?
It is the teachers with the principal, is the staff. How do they get the students to get interested in the books that they have? Because they cannot just go by J's, buy the books, and the books are not being read. The books have to be read. So therefore, every book that is money spent for, the student must be exposed to the book. And time has to be spent reading it. Assignments have to be given. And, children have to pay attention to what they're buying. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense having all those books and nobody reading it.
But when we went to school, we saw our teachers wrote on the board homeworks, and we had to write those various disciplines that were given to us. And then you'd find our handwriting would increase, our reading skill would increase, our dictation would increase, and we'd have to come back the next day with that homework.
Well, you have to insist that there has to be a homework policy. You cannot be given homework and you come to the class without your homework. So the classroom teacher, well, I'm very glad that they have a course now. The Canadians are here, and I heard that they have a course in classroom management. What is that? Is the teacher managing his classroom or her classroom, ensuring whatever is happening there is certain rules and regulation governing a homework policy. And the textbooks that you have, the teacher who is responsible for that classroom must ensure that the textbook is being utilized. Otherwise, the parents has just wasted their money buying it at Jay's or wherever. The book has to be read. For instance, when we had our Nelson West Indian readers, we had to read it,
Mm-hmm.
From cover to cover, you had to know it. So if you have an English book or a history book or geography book, whatever it is, then you must be able to tell us what you have in that book. Furthermore, a student can come and say he's getting into 4th form or 5th form and he's choosing physics. To do physics at O level when he has only attained 15%. How can he write physics at O level? No, he cannot tell us. He has to be able to perform in the subject for which he's going to write.
So how those problems are going to be solved?
By classroom management.
By classroom management.
And the principal has to take that very seriously. Effective leadership ensures that the teacher performs his task. You can't just come to the ministry, become a teacher, drawing a salary, and your lesson plans are not there.
So how does the school or how the principal of the school would know or understand what the teacher is teaching within his walls of his class? How does a principal know?
Very good question you ask. Well, depending on the size of the school, there are departmental heads. There may be a head for maths. There may be a science head. There might be a language head. So they are responsible for monitoring what takes place within the classroom for which they are responsible. The group of classrooms, if it's Form 1, 2, or 3, you're responsible for language in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd form. So you monitor all those teachers there.
So how are they rated?
Well, they're evaluated. There is what is known as the evaluation form, or what we call the appraisal system, whereby the teacher is evaluated formatively, meaning along the way, if the teacher is doing something wrong, you have to guide the teacher, tell the teacher, well, look, when you watch his or her lesson plans and you see it's not adequate, you have to instruct them.
So do they evaluate the teacher based on the results of the students at any given exams, class exams?
Well, yes. You have to evaluate the performance of the teacher based on the results.
So if that is the case, remedial classes...
Well, you notice if there's a mathematical weakness within the school.
Mm-hmm.
So you set up programs to solve those shortcomings, or if there's a problem in language, or you look at it and you put a team together to help solve that, to improve the rating of your performance in language. So you do evaluation, what we call summative evaluation, which is at the end, and formative evaluation along the way.
But then if, according to the minister, there are students receiving 4 E's, in terms of the evaluation of the teacher for that child to go and sit common entrance, why would he allow that child to
Well, no, you have to have a meeting with the parents, because the law is that if you get 4 E's and you have attained, you have to go to secondary school. You must go.
So do you before the child sits that exam, is it compulsory for that child to sit that exam at that given time?
Yeah, because the child is in grade 6. And that is where the child must write.
So once you are in grade 6,
Then the next step is high school.
so
The next step is high school, Cecil.
there's
Once you're
nothing-
in grade 6.
so there's nothing called grade 7.
No.
Right.
So you have no.
So what happened with what in the time gone by? The student would have been given the opportunity at standard 5, and if you fail, you have a second chance. You can go to first form, second form, and third form, and you can sit school living if you arrive in third form, because we know of people who taught in who went through third form at high school, in primary school, and became teachers.
Here's the point that the guy was making, and he made some sense, because he was saying that in the GSP, at least some of the students could catch up because some of them mature later, and many students I know went to the GSP program and eventually ended up in third form, went up to fifth form and sixth form.
When did GSP established?
Well, I don't have the
In the
years. No man, GSP was somewhere just before Hurricane David. I remember GSP.
Okay.
Somewhere in the late 70s.
Okay.
And then at Goodwill.
Because I know in my time.
Did you have a GSP?
That there was no GSP.
No GSP in my time.
So we know that boys or girls would continue after sitting the exams, if they have this opportunity, a second chance.
Right.
They will do the exam up to first form.
Well, the whole concept of GSP came from Jamaica with Shirley Gordon, Dr. Shirley Gordon. I remember that quite well when we developed the curriculum for GSP, Form 1, Form 2, and Form 3. Mr. Telemark and a couple of us developed the curriculum for maths. Some teachers, if good at maths, develop it. Those good in English did it. Those good in... So we had that curriculum, and we utilized it for persons who would not normally have gone to the secondary school.
Because the shocking thing for me is when you arrive at grade 6, that
should you get 4 E's when you reach grade 6?
That's the point. But the good old days, I just love to say the good old days. All right? Those students who would have received, if 800 went and they accept 400, according to space, you get 400. But what about the student who, even if there was space, would not be able to attend?
Well, if 750 students write the exam, 750 must go, to high school.
Right. So I'm saying, can we establish?
Well, the minister was saying that, well, look, you must have a discussion with the parents, and those students who got 4 E's should be, especially since they have not reached the age of 13 yet, which probably be the cutoff point for secondary entering, that you should do remediation at the primary level.
So what would you call that class? How long will you be accepted in that class?
Well, you have specialist teachers teaching maths, English, science, and social studies to help the child attain a certain level of proficiency.
Because as we see now, a student enters as early as 10 years. We have seen students are entering as early as 10 years.
Well, for me to enter high school at 10 years, you have to have at least 4 C's, or maybe maybe 1 E.
But the way the system is, Bryan, is that by the time you are 10, you are in 6th grade.
You're already in 6th grade. You're writing the national assessment. That's why you're not allowed to write the national assessment unless you reach grade 6.
Right.
So how are you arriving in grade 6 with a level of deficiency?
Like before you reach grade 4 or standard 4, and you cannot sit the exams. You only start to sit the exams when you arrive
grade 6.
So even if you are 12 years, you cannot do the exams in standard 4. you'd have to do the exams in
grade
standard
6.
5. And then if you fail, you have to continue.
You only do the exam in grade 6. That's why it's called the grade 6 national assessment.
So I am saying that there should be a buffer. I don't think it's the, what do you call it?
Well, I think it will be transition from primary to secondary. How do you transit from the primary to the secondary? And to transit, you'll have to attain a certain standard. If you have not attained the standard in terms of your proficiency, that is, you are getting 4 E's, we have a problem.
Right. So
We
what
have
do
a
you,
problem.
what do you do?
So
with
what
that?
do we do with that problem? Where do we solve the problem?
Okay.
That is it.
So are you saying to me that when that child has, I want to use the word repeat, all right, the grade 6, because I can only say grade 6. You say
The grade 6 national assessment, the child must write it once you reach grade 6.
okay. So
So we have a problem. How is it that the
when the child gets 4 E's,
how is the child reaching to grade? There is a problem you would probably like to ask. The question you'd like to ask: how can the child reach grade 6? Getting 4 E's.
but that's why I asked you earlier on whether that child can repeat a class before reaching grade.
Well, that is the discussion, because the discussion is there a policy to say that the child should double, or is a policy that the child should continue going along? And the current thinking is the child should not be frustrated. The child should be allowed to move on, but you have to identify those areas of weaknesses that requires remediation. So that is why you have to have teachers along the way who can do remediation work. In other words, once you recognize the brain, oh, Mr. Adams has a problem in problem solving. He may be doing other good things, but he has a weakness in those areas. You have to try to get me to find my way into a remediation class.
Because I cannot start, I mean, not that I cannot, but it is almost difficult to start a skill program for that child who is just 10.
No.
So you have to start this, you still have to continue.
Because remember, the GSP didn't start at age 10, you know.
No. Older.
The GSP started at age
Older.
13.
Right, older.
Right.
So you have
13, 14, 15.
So your brain is wider. But I'm saying to you, at age 10,
10, you have enough time for remediation within the primary setting.
how long is that?
Well, it depends on the
process?
programs that you have and the teachers teaching.
So would you allow that child to continue for a second year in primary school before he goes to high school? That's
My thinking would be yes. And that's my thinking, Let's be careful. It's my thinking that I would like to see the child attain at least C grades in the different subject areas.
Because the truth is, we are seeing a greater number of students doing well. And many times we focus our thinking on the 1%, 2% of the students that has not done very well. And yes, we have a right to figure out what should be done for those students. We need to get that nip on the head. How do we solve the problem for the child who has failed?
Well, we've answered the question.
Right. So I'm also saying that we now need to create now something for that 11, 12, 13-year-old. Because right now this child has to ensure that he goes to school until that he's 16.
Right.
So it looks as if we are beating a race. That
Right.
you must leave high school at the age of 10, 11. It looks like we're beating a
No,
race.
you must attain high school at least by the time you reach 13 years. You should be in a high school. At least that is the program. But you can reach high school at 10, 11, 12.
Oh,
you can finish high
so
school
you say-
at the age of 15, 16.
Also, you're saying that at least up to the age of 13,
Yeah.
you can enter into high school.
You can enter.
So which means that you can repeat that program.
You can repeat remediation along the way.
along the way.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But you can also if you reach secondary school at the age of 10, you may complete secondary school if you're bright at the age of 15.
If that's the case, we only use a different word now. We remove the word JSP and we're using remediation. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, we could use that word.
So that's what I'm saying. So
But I still believe along the way we still need our technical programs with our students.
But we have to find out at what time do we need the technical aspect of the program.
That is based on assessment.
Because the technical aspect should not only be just for high schools, but I think it should be for primary, secondary, and tertiary. All along the way. All along the way, Cecil.
And
I think, to be quite honest, we are too slow on that aspect of it.
Why do you say that?
Why do I say that?
Mm-hmm.
How many 14-year-old that can hold a hammer, or can do some plumbing, or can sew a dress?
But you hear the gentleman who just came out from the discussion with you tell you that his mother told him that one day he would enter into university and would have to learn to cook, or wash and iron.
Mm-hmm.
So his mother prepared him for the world in the future.
So you're saying that the parents would prepare that child?
Yeah. So you have to teach the child the skill. Because what I find very strange, Cecil, that students at their home don't even want to wash plates, you know. Students at home do not want to make their bed, you know, or keep the surroundings clean, or beautify their homes.
So I think,
because their parents allowing them to just get away with it, but I think that is a very dangerous thing.
Like when we grew up, my mother requested of me to go to Charlie Moore, that was selling sweetie. Charlie Moore was a tailor.
A tailor, yeah.
And my mom ensured that, Cecil had to go and learn to
sew. You skill.
So when everybody thinking of going to get a job by Astafans and these places, my mother would say, go by Charlie Moore to learn how to sew.
Yeah, skills.
All right. So I think what the system should now start is, every child at the end or at the beginning of summer, rather than we spending money, I sent my child Americawi, my child went to Canada, my child going to St. Lucia, that money that most of us would be taking to send our children out of state, how can we start that investment of taking that child and find out what he or she wants as a skill, and they will tell you, and invest that money into maybe at a mechanic shop, send that child to be taught, at a tailor's place. You can give that tailor some money to teach your child.
Let me ask you a question. Yes. How many Dominican tailors you notice that's in Roseau?
The Haitians I know. If the question is, I know Morrow. Is Mr. Morrow still around? Ross Morrow.
He's at the industrial side.
Yeah, and Ross Morrow.
Who else you know? In Roseau, with a little tailor shop.
In Roseau?
I know the guy.
Mr. Jura.
I know the guy, Mr. Duran, yes. And the other guy in River Street.
Oh yes, that guy right down Upper Lane and River Street.
Yeah, by the lady who cleans the.
Yes, by Sonia Williams.
By Sonia Williams. By
Sonia Felix.
Yes, but not many tailors are left.
I'm trying to remember. There's some seamstresses.
But most of them I see is Haitians.
But I'm seeing a lot of Haitians. But there might be locals, but they might be all about. I know that there are a number of locals.
But I'm not seeing them because before you could see the Stedmans.
Yeah, Patrick Stedman.
You could see the Morrows. Mm-hmm. You could see their tailor shop. You would see them building their jackets and their pants and whatever. Mm-hmm. But I do not see many of our local men.
Well, the men
and young boys.
Women are wrong.
But I don't even see local apprentices with them.
So that's why I'm saying that I also believe that even the tailors, we're just using this two category, the seamstress and the tailor. I think they can go to the schools at almost to the close of summer, to the beginning of summer,
yeah,
and to request from the schools to give me students.
Yeah, apprenticeship.
And then those students can be graded by this person.
Good.
To be part of your I don't use the word assignment, but to be part of your prerequisite for furtherance of education.
Of the skill. For instance, I also find very few local seamstresses. I cannot identify them.
There are a number of them.
But I'm not seeing them in Roseau. Unless they're out of Roseau.
No, they might be in Roseau, but they have their homes. Not like before.
Where your home was opened and you could go there and see the lady and talk to the lady and get your dress
so for
made.
instance, Marvelyn Laron, she does her madras and wop duets and so on. I mean, every year. I'm sure she's still there doing her work. So there are a number of ladies who are actually doing
but what I would like to see, as you pointed out, and you're quite right, during the summer, there should be some levels of apprenticeship where the young men, if it's body work, if it's auto they can go there.
I think for too long that we're allowing our children to set the agenda. So my child says, Daddy, I want to eat KFC. And I bring my child to KFC. Yes? Rather than telling my child, KFC, today I don't have the money and I cannot give it to you. You get another day. We will do all what it takes to go and buy buy KFC for the child, even if we don't have
the money. More.
So I think
it's a new attitude.
We have created a new attitude towards our children, and that attitude has created a greater level of tolerance from us, the parents, and lack of tolerance by the children. So our child requests of something, and we say no, and the child gets into a rage. And we say, boy, let me give the child that before the child too fair on me. Rather than give the child tough love, we go there and we get it for the child.
Right. So we have to develop a new attitude in terms of our Lakou, because we have lost a lot of the Lakou spirit, which the young man told us about, his determination to succeed and keeping focus and, having faith, praying to God, and, just staying focused. This is important.
You see, Bryan, the Lakou was something that those of us who were raised in the Lakou felt that we had something to fight for, something that we want to achieve. So we'd say to ourselves, we want to be like Pele. We want to be like Sobers.
Muhammad Ali.
We want to be like Muhammad Ali. And we go out there training, practicing to be like that person. And we understood that person, to become great, had to do some level of practice.
And dedication.
Right. In today's world, our children no longer want to be engaged. So your child is home, and you have to be making constant conversation with the child. Go outside and play like a cricket. Go outside and play like a football. You're just on the computer. You're on the computer. And then sometimes, even while they are on the computer or on their tablet or on their phone or whatever the case is, that we are going and sleep at 9 o'clock and this children are still
on the computer. But I want to make a point. I noticed something strange happening. I went to watch the West Indies playing India, and it was atrocious. The West Indies was atrocious. Men cannot play forward defensive. No, because it is practice, Cecil. If the ball is coming faster to you, your head must be over the ball. If the spinner is on a length, you are taught, go and meet him. You learn to dance.
Stretch.
You
come forward.
You come forward, but you're moving. Yes. Because I saw the young Indian batsman. He has that skill. That if the spinner is come, he can move, work the ball in space. I noticed.
And not only that, what it does also, it makes the bowler think.
He doesn't put the ball on the same spot all the time. If you're not moving and you're just stretching, he's going to bring the ball a bit slower.
If you're not moving, the ball is going to continue bowling you the same place.
Because
you're not moving.
You're not moving.
Right.
So eventually he'll get you out. All he do is bring close infielders.
Right.
And you're stretching. Eventually you'll give a catch.
Not just that, just going back.
Going back.
So when you miss that ball, you'll get LBW.
You know how many
if the ball pitch in line, you'll get LBW.
You know how many of our batsmen got out LBW in the second inning? Almost 4 of them. And you made a very significant point because
I should have bet if you know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I told her the West Indies team was not going to last 3 days.
I'm sorry.
I said the West Indies team was going to only last 3 days, and you tried to bet if I told you what would be nice for the West Indies team is let rain fall on Sunday, and allow the pitch to be moist, and the ball would come onto the bat, and that happened, and the West Indies didn't take advantage of it.
Well, one of the things that I found, and you're talking about students spending time only on the computer and not going to practice. And our man here, who you had as your guest, told you that they practice cricket every day.
Mm-hmm.
You yourself, Cecil,
Mm-hmm.
you practice every day on the concrete wicket, on the turf wicket. You had communities playing each other, right? He talked about how many teams they had in Goodwill playing each other in win ball cricket and handball cricket. The fact is that I find, even in Dominica, I do not see men practicing. On the good Pottersville Savannah, I hardly see them practicing. At Lindo Park, I hardly see them practicing cricket. You're an old man of the sport. You don't see any boys practicing in front of the Catholic Church. So how is it that they're going, if they're not playing at a very young age, even at the school level, how to play forward defensive? Do you expect the quality of batsmen you're seeing in the West Indies to improve? Don't you see the kind of batsmen we have? Right.
Not even batsmen, even bowlers. The endurance is no longer there. Guys, after 4 overs, guys, captain have to change a bowler and give another bowler to bowl. Can you imagine? Guys cannot withstand the sun.
For instance, a fast bowler, to me, I look at Holder and he's very tired. I look at the other Roach, very tired. You had a bunch of tired cricketers. Are they playing too much cricket?
I personally, if you hear my view is a radical one. I would not pick Reefer for the next test.
He should be playing.
I would not pick Warwican for the next test.
He shouldn't be playing.
I would not pick Cornwall.
He shouldn't be playing
for the next test. I don't care how much runs you scored. I don't care if you got what's his name? Kohli, but you're not fit for the game. I think that should be it for him. The captain is questioned. Bradford is questioned. And there is another person, Holder. I think Holder should retire now from the game.
And Roach
and Holder should retire from the game. Let me repeat myself. Roach, Holder should retire from the game. Reefer should not be picked to play for West Indies anymore. Warwican, I think you're still young, you have some time, but I won't pick you for the next test match. Go to the nets and practice more. And there was one more person.
Would you pick Gabriel for the next test?
I would pick Gabriel for the next. As a matter of fact, why would you bring Gabriel to Dominica and not play him and play Roach? I want to know why. Gabriel would be, for me, you bring Gabriel to Dominica, play Gabriel. And I see guys are trying to blame.
Why wouldn't you have played Gabriel instead of the big man?
Why would I play Gabriel instead?
Because the big man was tired. I'm talking about Cornwall. Cornwall missed almost half the match.
I said I wouldn't play him.
So then you should have picked Gabriel.
I'm saying I would not. Well, they picked Cornwall because of the pitch. They said that the pitch is a spinning pitch. So
what you found about the pitch? We're getting into a little cricket. What do you think about the pitch?
I think the preparation of the pitch wasn't the best.
It was very poor.
I want to be very clear.
Very poor.
I think we are going to play Test cricket, and we should have prepared a much better pitch than that for Test cricket. Not enough grass on the pitch, not enough moisture. We had so much rain, and not enough moisture to even allow the pitch to play genuine to the fast bowlers. So the fast bowlers were more or less like horses, trying to, in an entire match, I think 19 wickets went to the spinners.
Yes.
So I think the pitch, more work had to be done on the pitch. I am not so sure who were the people prepared.
The creators.
Yeah.
It wasn't Pablo.
I don't know who it was.
No, it was a guy. I forgot his name.
But I think for this test match, the pitch was not prepared the way that it should have been. But at the same time, you saw and I want to say that the captain of the West Indies did well to bat first.
Yeah. It was a good decision.
Yeah, it was a good decision. I believe that the same way that let's say the first inning you did not apply yourself, you did not know what was happening, but you stayed so long in the outfield, you would have seen how the Indians batted. Even if the Indians are better batters than us, but you would have seen how Afanas batted the first inning as a West Indian yourself, a guy who would have been playing for the very first time. So guys came there with the fear that the Indians are very good bowlers. I saw from Chandapal, he was trying to do his best, but Chandapal, I think someone wants to say something. I mean, what the person has to say. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Joseph.
Good evening.
The question. Everybody saying who should play, who should not play. When they pick in the team, does the captain have a say?
Yes, he does.
Yes, he's part of it.
Oh, he have a say?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, okay. Well, then he can make the changes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. But I thought they were just giving him a team. But if he have a say,
he's part of the selection. He's part of the selection.
Yeah, he's part of the selection.
Yeah.
But
all right.
Thank you. I find I'm not impressed with Chandapal. I believe, and that's my view, Shea Hope is a better opener than Chandapal.
I think Shea Hope is a better opener than Chandapal.
Chandapal.
I think two things went good for Chandapal: the name of his father and the two or whatever.
He's not in the class of his father.
Against. I said he's made the team by virtue of the name of his father.
Yeah, man.
And also too, he has had some scores. He was in Zimbabwe. He scored some 200 runs some time ago. So by virtue, he warrants his selection. If you were to ask me, I'll still pick him against Trinidad.
Well, he will. But I find he doesn't have the father. I mean, he would have practiced a lot with the father and his temperament. He getting out too easily. To the spinner, he getting out too easily, man. The spinners seem to be he not using his feet. The father used his feet a lot. You have to be able to dance down. Yeah, Ashwin is a very good spinner. I'm not saying no, but you have to be able, like Lara and those great West Indian batsmen. You had Mulataran, you had the other great Shane Warne. I mean, Ashwin is not as great as the Shane Warne. Or as Mulataran, right? And I find that the old-time batsmen would dance to the spinners, get down and move. Because once you stay stationary, you're in trouble.
As a matter of fact, we know that the West Indies batsmen would have loved spin bowlers. Wherever they go in the world.
Man, once you bring spin.
Yeah, once you bring spin, that they
would mash you up.
Yeah. Today we are not seeing that.
We were not seeing that type of batting.
It's totally different now.
It's a total different stretching. You know, and I look at the young Indian batsman, how he handled our spinners, and he was playing his first Test match, And you know the temperament is there because the Indians had pains to not bring the regular opener and to bring that young boy who on his first debut got over 170 runs.
Right.
And he never really gave a chance. And that is what I find.
Also, too, I want to also admonish Afanaz, because the cricket today is science, and I can guarantee you that the Indians and all of the others who would have seen Afanaz batted over the few days ago would have seen what he has, and they for sure will be developing their own way to get Afanaz out. So I think Afanaz himself has to have constant conversation with Bryan Lara, who himself was a very good batsman to any type of bowler, because Afanaz is very promising. I heard an interview with him yesterday. What is good about Afanaz is that he's very, very, very bright, and I am prepared to say that Afanaz will be soon will be captain of the West Indies.
One of the things that
he understands the game very well.
Yeah, but one of the things that I have to say, my view, if you are 47 runs, that's a sure 50.
No, it's not a sure 50.
My view, and I said my view.
Your view, yes.
My thinking is that I would be very patient to get to my 50. The ball was short. It was a short ball. Ashwin dropped the ball short, and he went to hit the ball, I guess, for either 6. I believe it's a 60. The way I saw the shot was 6 runs he was looking for. He's on 47. I would have been a little bit more patient.
Well,
that's my view.
You are saying that now because he didn't get the 50.
No, that's my view.
But I'm saying to you,
from the time he was 47, I keep telling myself, I was watching the game, he should be patient.
But you see, you have to understand, we all of us say that we go to a bad ball. All right? Bad balls get us out. No, that was a bad ball, short ball, that was not properly bowled, but got him out. And you have to understand the psyche and the experience.
Well, look at this. Look at the same.
The bowler.
Look at the same thing happen with Holder. Yeah, the fast bowler dropped 2 men down on the boundary. He dropped the ball short. What did he do? Short. He pulled.
Yeah.
What happened to him?
It was a brilliant catch, you know.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about Blackpool.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Holder.
Yeah.
He has a partnership with 41 runs.
He's guy.
With the guy with Afanaz and his batting. The guy dropped short. He pulled.
Yeah.
He fall in the trap. Look at that again. You are batting Blackwood 3 balls before the end of play, and on the last ball of launch, you hitting a ball airborne.
But it was a brilliant catch. In all honesty, it was a brilliant catch.
Yeah, but it's the last ball, Cecil.
I understand that. And again, too, sometimes, if he had gotten a 4 runs with that stroke, we would all applaud.
My view is that...
And I'm not one of the critics that will criticize because of the way the person got out. Just hold on, let's go to Cecil quickly. Good evening to you.
Yeah, Cecil, remember, it's 1 ball that out in you.
That's correct.
If you go forward to hit him and you miss the ball, you're out.
But 1 ball to get 4 runs too.
Turn on you and get your plum in front, you out.
Right.
But you're facing the last ball of the lunch break. To me, the thinking behind the cricket, the science behind the cricket, is to survive and wait after lunch.
We have seen the great Bryan Lara hits 4s in the last ball. Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
We have seen Bryan Lara and many other cricketers gotten 4 runs in the last ball of before tea, before lunch, before the end.
But at what stage of the game?
I'm telling you, I have seen on television and otherwise where batsmen have gotten a 4 in the last ball before tea, the last ball before lunch, the last ball before the end of this play. So I'm saying to you, you have to understand the psyche of the batsman, the rhythm that he's in. All right, and he's of the view because he's not playing to get out. He's playing to get runs. There are times that we become impatient and we take 1-1-1, and then I out at 49, and you say, boy, a bad ball came a while ago, and Mr. Gola got in his 50. so it's not for me.
Okay, well, that's your view. I have to respect your view.
For me, it's important that we allow the batsmen to bat the way they have to bat. Because many of us criticize what they do. The way they do it is not that I'm satisfied with the West Indies 150 and they won whatever.
No, but again, in the second inning, you are getting out almost in half a day.
Almost in half a day?
The last day.
The guys did not. The guys.
How many overs did they last?
People talk about they batted a session. For me, they did not bat a session. They started at 10 minutes to 5. At 5 o'clock, they would have gone to 30 more minutes before the last batsman out. They did not reach 5 o'clock. So they did not bat a session.
When did they start batting?
They started at 10 to 2.
Well, I'm saying 10 to 2.
10 to 2. They did not bat a session.
And by 5 o'clock, they were all out.
12 o'clock is half a day, half
you're right.
afternoon. So they did not bat 3 hours.
No.
If they do, they bat 3 hours to the most. So I'm saying that it's not about the pitch. It cannot be about the pitch. To tell me. And if that sent the West Indies team and bat again, 4 wickets would have fell before 5:30. Again. I mean, we have to. I think the administrators of cricket need to give these guys a sitting down. Money's been spent. They have been paid highly.
They're highly paid. They have coaches.
And they have coaches. And I think that these guys need to rally around the West Indies. I saw the expression of some of the guys. Basically, when they got pictures of people smiling,
attitude.
They not even about, oh my God, I'm so shameful that I lost, that I should not even come among the fans. I don't know how they feel about me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the psychology.
I mean, you should be. As a matter of fact, the coach should be calling them.
Oh yes.
And having some rough words
with them. Yeah.
Rough words, and call fellas by name. Call man by their name. And tell them, if you cannot do better, let me tell you, see, you fail these 2 innings, you can't go Trinidad.
You can't go Trinidad, man.
We have to tell fellas. And you see, that is the thing that I have a problem with, that we want to be professionals, and at the same time, we're trying to sugarcoat things. I mean, the management of the West Indies team should not accept. You see the same way that when workers deserve more money and they go on strike, they go on strike.
Yeah.
I think that the West Indies management should go on strike on the players. A total new team.
A new team. The attitude.
I mean, I'm on a chat with some guys from Barbados, from Guyana, from Trinidad, from Dominica, from the Windward Islands, the Leeward Islands. And you know, I found myself telling some people some bad words because they were of the view, and they are of the view, that Afanas should not make the West Indies side. There's one guy from Trinidad. I had to tell him that the way you all treated Irvin Chillingford and Lakou Sebastian and all of the other Windward Island cricketers that could have done well for
yeah.
That I don't think Afanas should be treated that way. You remember the day that I told you that unless Afanas plays for the West Indies team, that I am not going to give support to the West Indies team.
I myself.
And they were going to Guyana, they were going to Zimbabwe, and he didn't play. And you see what the result was?
Yeah, but I also believe that Kevin Hodge should have played. He should have played that test. He is because together with Afanas they do well. When you look at the regional cricket, they have done well between them. he would have helped in the bowling because he can bowl for long hours, and at least he would have gotten a couple of runs. I think he's a better player than what's his name, the guy from Barbados.
Warwick?
No, Warwick. Reefer cannot bat like Kevin Hodge.
But Reefer
was not because he's a Dominican.
Reefer batted at number 3. And I am not seeing the West Indies team getting Cavem to bat at number 3. It's for me, when you look at...
Would you let Afanas bat at 3?
I would have even given Afanas the opportunity to bat at
he could bat at 3.
I could even give him to bat at open.
No, I would prefer you bat at 3.
Because Afanas batted open before and at number 1. And I think he has done well in those orders.
Afanas at 3, Kevin Hodge at 4. That's my view.
I'm not so sure if I would have chosen Kevin Hodge.
Why?
For that game. Boy.
He's a bowler because Reefer didn't bowl anything. Reefer bowled.
Purmal is on the side?
Well, I don't know whether Purmal is on the side. You prefer Purmal than Afanas? No, Afanas than Hodge?
There is something about Purmal that I think that I would have given him the edge over Kavim. Kavim is a better batsman, a better all-rounder than him. I'm not so sure if I would have. Honestly, that's a
what is your deficiency about Hodge? What you don't like about him? Not like, but what is this you feel that is his shortcoming?
I don't think Kavin has any, as we speak, compared to what I'm seeing, has any deficiency. But I don't think I was prepared to get Kavin set up.
How old is he now?
I'm not so sure.
I think we are waiting until our bats, our talent get. The Indians are bringing in their people, and the Pakistanis are bringing their people at a very early age.
I agree. No,
I think we're waiting until these fellas are going over the hill.
I totally agree with you. And you asked me about deficiency of Kavim. I don't think at the time that Kavim has a deficiency. I'm looking back at the UAE game where he played, and looking at the level of UAE, I wasn't satisfied
with his performance.
With Kavin's performance.
All right.
I wasn't. I think in one game, I think the last game he got not. Didn't bowl very well. So that is where I did not want to set up Kavin.
Okay.
Because I felt with a strong Indian team in the Windsor Park, he didn't play, so I cannot make any assessment. But I don't think I would have played him, because I felt if he had played and he had failed, it means that would be it for him.
Okay, good. I want to move to another area in terms of the same cricket. I was a little bit concerned about some of the comments I heard from the commentators.
What were the comments?
Well, there were some comments in terms of, some of the stands were not filled because of the economy. What do you make of that?
Oh, I was not happy about that. As a matter of fact,
did you hear that? Did that happen?
I spoke to the individual who made that statement, and I told him that let us look at cricket. Dominicans leave Dominica and they go to St. Lucia and watch cricket. Dominicans leave Dominica, they go to Barbados and watch cricket. Dominicans leave Dominica and they go to Antigua and watch cricket. So it's nothing about economy. And to tell me $80 was too much to watch a test cricket, I don't think it was. It's just that the guys did not live to the expectation. If that lived to the expectation, I don't think that discussion would have ensued. And it is not a fair assessment, though, that the Windsor Park on the first day had about 3,000 supporters. The only place that you would see 3,000 supporters, maybe it would be Barbados. Maybe it would be Barbados on the first day. The West Indies, we have seen all around the Caribbean that the population to witness the game being played has been very poor.
Very poor, very poor.
Dominica has had a very high level
of support.
Now, I can take it to mean that the Dominican public did not go and support by virtue of the team failed to qualify the ODI. So the Dominican public itself
had lost some
confidence in the West Indies team. And I tell people that if you had to make a bet, you would support your West Indies team, but you wouldn't bet that the West Indies team was going to win.
Right. Well, I think I wasn't happy with the comment because, first of all, I would tend to think most of the people would have come in on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
because if the game had continued, even if the West Indies would have lost.
It wasn't economy. And I told that particular commentator.
But why would the commentator make that comment?
Well, I am not in his mind. I'm not in his brain. I cannot tell you why.
Because we are the ones.
Whatever the intention was, I think I don't want to cloud my mind and say the person was biased. I am not prepared to do that. I'm just saying that it was a wrong assessment of what actually transpired. If the team had made it for Saturday and Sunday, we would have seen the carnival that we are accustomed of seeing. If it was a one day, you would have seen that crowd on the Wednesday. We figured out that there was going to be 5 days games, and that we would have seen a crowd on Saturday and Sunday. As I said, there was about 3,000 people at the park on Saturday. On Friday, there was more than 3,000.
Yeah, there was.
I mean, Friday afternoon when Afanas came.
Right.
When the West Indies came in and bat the afternoon, after lunch, the West Indians realized that India would have declared. They realized that India would have declared. India wasn't going to score 450 runs. They would have declared. So people came in. So there must have been about 5,000 people on the Friday. So I'm trying to wonder if that commentator who made that comment, if he would have reevaluated his assessment of the Friday afternoon crowd compared to that of Monday, Wednesday and Thursday. Thursday for sure would have had a dismal failure by virtue of the fact it was India batting. And we know that we had the opportunity to look at the game on television. So many people looked at the game on television at home and so, or at work, and so, or on their mobile. And so I don't think it is a right assessment to say that it was a matter of the economics. It's far. I told the individual that.
You spoke to the individual?
I spoke to the individual. I told him that was a wrong assessment.
Okay.
And I don't think that he was correct. And he accepted my comment.
Well, I don't want to see a test match. We must rethink. You cannot start a test match on a Wednesday.
We're not the ones doing that, Eric.
No, but we have to now make some noise about that. You start a test match on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday. If it's 3 days, you get your Saturday. If you push it on, you can get it on a Sunday, 4 days. That's a bad marketing.
I want to agree with you. I'll tell you why.
Bad marketing strategy.
I'll tell you why I agree with you. Let us presume that you start on Thursday.
Yeah.
So you bat
Thursday,
Friday.
You can get into your Saturday.
No, because on Saturday you have no results yet.
No.
So there's no results.
If
you start on a Wednesday, on Friday you can already determine where the results are
going.
And so if it's not in your favor, you may not at all.
You will not come.
Yeah. So you
Thursday.
Yeah. Thursday's if
it's a test match, you begin on Thursday.
Yeah, so
you go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Whatever happens on Monday, it doesn't matter because you're thinking of making money.
And also to the Caribbean, our flair is weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
It's our party time.
And so I think when those games are going to be played in the West Indies,
you have to change.
They have to know. So best you end Tuesday. So best you start Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Because you will get heavy
receipts on you make your money on those days.
You make your money on those
so you
days.
go Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
People have nowhere to go on a Friday.
Where they come?
Or Friday afternoon, or nowhere to go on a Saturday.
They come.
They will come.
Sunday after church, they
will
come. Yeah.
So I think Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
And I'm saying I would prefer to see the next stint as 2 1-days. Saturday and Sunday. Or Friday and Saturday.
The next
2 1-days.
The next test game, I would like to say Dominica.
England.
Where
you want to put? But I had the people, and another thing I find, Cecil, whilst on that, I understand that the teams had to journey from Portsmouth into Roseau.
Yes, that's true.
We need to. They should be closer to their location. Maybe 41 wasn't finished. Maybe because I understood some of the team because the Indians stayed at the Kapinski. Right, I understand that the drive sometimes presented a challenge to them, so some of them came by boat. I understood.
I first I'm hearing that one.
But I'm hearing.
I doubt that's.
So I don't know how true that is.
But I honestly doubt that to be true.
Okay, so we have to find maybe the test match is taking place in the Windsor Park. Do you think that the next team with England would stay in the Kapinski, travel that long distance? What would you suggest?
I'm not going to go into something that I do not know about. I do not know when any other team besides the West Indies
will come in.
No, I'm talking about any other team outside of the West Indies or even in the West Indies. How close or how far they are from the stadium.
Well, maybe by that time we'll have the hotel in Salisbury finished. That's a big hotel, eh?
Yeah.
And maybe Fort Young would be finished by that time.
And you have to understand too that there are people from the CWI and the ICC who would have helped in the decision making. So Bangladesh was here the last time, and that's where they lived.
Okay.
Down at Kempinski.
Kempinski, okay.
So it would have been accepted by the ICC and that of the.
Well, it's a nice venue, eh?
Right. So it must be something that is customary by the players. It's just that maybe some persons argue the point in terms of the condition of the players. They would have to get up very
early and travel,
have breakfast, and then having to travel to be in town for 9 o'clock for 8:15.
Yeah.
So that means they would have had to leave Portsmouth at 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. Yeah. So I hope by that time the hotel in Salisbury will be finished and the Fort Young will be finished, so that the players would get closer home.
Well, Bryn, I suspect you want to continue, but not tonight.
Well, no, I'm saying before I leave, have you visited the Marigot area to see what's happening? When last were you there? The airport.
I was in Marigot 2 Saturdays ago.
Oh.
I was in Wesley in a meeting, and then I went to
Right. How you find the project?
I took out some pictures of the project. Very, very good.
Yeah, very good.
A lot of soil movement.
A lot of movement.
That is good news for people. I know that in everything that you do there are challenges, and I hope that the challenges that the project will encounter that they will overcome, like everything else. We're hoping that it can go.
What and the final point before we leave, the road from the Castlebruce Road.
I went on the road 3 Saturdays ago. And I drove from the Emerald Pool down to Castlebruce on the 1 mile. On the stretch. I arrived on the bridge area, and I went further down, not into Castlebruce itself, because they were just placing some material on the strip. But what I have seen
very good. What I've seen,
I have driven from the Castlebruce area. I actually timed it to the Emerald Pool area. It didn't take me 12 minutes.
Well, I heard they have done some more work in terms of the road, because I met a fella at the cricket, a Joseph guy, and he told me work is progressing satisfactorily.
And what I would like to say though, some of the people that I would have seen on Facebook, criticizing the dust and criticizing the work and Galakan couldn't do this and Galakan must do that and that and that. I have not seen them back on Facebook.
No.
To say that, guys, I was wrong. We have to pay the price for development. I didn't see these people back on Facebook.
No, because a lot of work has been done, Cecil.
Right now, they can drive from Cassibros to Roseau in quicker time. And I'm very much impressed with what I've seen. I think I would like to go during the course of the week, if God spare my life, to the Kalinago territory to see what's happening inside of the Kalinago territory, and to even time it. But the work that I have seen, I want to compliment Galakan and the government of Dominica.
And the people of the area for being tolerant.
And the people of the area to be so very tolerant. Development, there's a price for it. And that price later on, you will compliment yourself for ensuring that you had that patience to allow the project to go on.
On my final point, I must say that I was very impressed, Cecil, with the drone footage I saw from the stadium. Boy, that's beautiful. The stadium is really beautiful. When I saw the drone footage of Roseau and its environment, man, the aerial view, that was beautiful.
No, you know that?
Oh man, that is one of the most beautiful stadiums in the Caribbean.
I think so. I heard this guy McLean, that's his name, the guy from New Zealand who was doing commentary, spoke highly of the scenic view.
Man, that was beautiful, beautiful, neat.
I think it would have reminded him of New Zealand.
Oh man, that was green and really nice.
And the rain for the few days,
the weather was. God loves Dominica.
And not only that, it proves that even while people talk about the outfield, it proves that for an entire week rain fell.
And boy, the drainage
and rain did not prevent the game to start on time.
On time, and that was fantastic.
So we need to also compliment. We need to compliment the organizers, the government, and the groundsman or groundsmen.
Right, the groundsmen.
For the work that they did to ensure that we would have had cricket on the Thursday.
Fantastic job. Yes. And I also would like to congratulate the government of Dominica as well for putting in the monies.
Yes, over $1 million
to get the test match here.
$250,000.
$250,000.
Which was good for the West Indies. And not only that, I want to compliment the government of Dominica for sponsoring the cricketers of the West Indies. Because you realize that the shirts was written Dominica.
Say that again. Take your time.
The shirts, the jerseys
of the
West Indies players.
The government of Dominica sponsored it.
It has to be. It has to be that of the government of Dominica to sponsor.
Fantastic.
That. So
and the government has placed a lot of money in sports.
Yes.
We must say that as well, because to put $250,000 for that game was putting.
No, they put $1 million, $1 million, $250 to the
$250,000
to the West Indies CWI, another over $250,000 for the works in the grounds.
Wow,
and quite a lot of work was done.
It's a lot of money.
We are not even talking about the scoreboard. The government itself placed quite a lot of money to the scoreboard, construction of the scoreboard.
That was good.
I mean,
and still work is ongoing in terms of the lighting
and so on.
Anyway, Cecil, it was a pleasure. I enjoyed. Let me thank the government. It was a wonderful opportunity to be in the park. Enjoyed myself tremendously, myself and Rose, and quite a number of us. We were very well entertained. I want to thank them for allowing me the opportunity, and a number of my friends who came in.
All I would like to ask the government of Dominica, I am getting of age now.
Right.
I'm getting of age, and I would like them to think as to how best we can put some elevator to the top. I mean,
I didn't see you. I didn't see you, Cecil.
I was right on top.
You were somewhere I didn't see you, man. But we were well taken care of.
I was at the Prime Minister's booth.
I must say that we were well taken care of wherever we were, and on behalf of my friends, I would like to say thanks.
I would really like the government to see our best that they can work in getting
some elevators to get you up, because you're getting of age.
Because I'm getting of age. You know what I'm saying? And also to what it does for officials, it also creates a protection barrier for these officials.
And when I was there looking from where I was, from my elevation, I could see some work getting on very well, the Dominica
Grammar School.
Oh, yes. Man, I took the opportunity to look at that as well.
Right
some work is moving right.
So which means the world would have seen from the shot of that, of the drone, of the works happening at the grammar school.
And the work is going on quite well.
Yeah.
Cecil, it's a pleasure being with you. Jolo, I'm sorry I missed last week. My apology, my brother. I hope we can do it one time again.
And I just want to say thank you again to you, Adams. It was nice having you again. And we will see again next week. Yep. Same time, same place, God's willing. He's a great God, and He's doing good all the time. So from me to you, my love, to everyone, just want to say, Dominica, Dominicans, I love you.
You know my number. Call me any old time. You don't need a reason. Any old season will be fine.
They on your numbers for your nation station. 1-800-327 if you are calling from a landline, 448-3284 or 616-1DBS or 616-1327 if you are using a mobile. And listeners overseas, your number is 305-432-9744.
You can dial my number any old time. No, you don't need a reason. Any old season will be fine.
Do you know that using one reusable shopping bag instead of a plastic bag could prevent 700 plastic bags from littering the environment?
A message from the Rotary Club and DBS Radio as part of the 4 Hours campaign. Reduce, reuse, reclaim, and recycle.